Whakatakateho ki te uru, whakatakateho ki te tonga. Kia makina kina ki uta, kia matara tara ki tai. Ehi ake ana te atakura, hei tio, hei huka, hei hohu, ti hei Maori ora. Good morning, everyone. I would like to convene our meeting for the consideration of the annual plan 2022-2023. There have been no apologies received, although there may be some partial absences during the course of the meeting, which will be noted on the record. No declarations of interest recorded, and I will just advise just the sequence of events and the process that we're about to go through. We currently have 2 days set aside, today and Thursday, the 23rd of June, for the Council to consider and adopt our final 2022-23 annual plan and the other consultations we have heard alongside it. We have the parallel consultations, the wheelie bin curbside collection service being extended in Wairua, the wheel bin curbside collection service opting out for multi-unit residential development, the item 5, the vacant central city land differential and remission, and item 6, the policy on remission and postponement of rates on Maori freehold land. And the order of today's meeting will be as follows. We will first consider the 4 other consultations. We will then consider our 2022-23 annual plan, and that's item 7 on the agenda. Staff will present the annual plan report and provide an update, and then we will work through our annual plan proposal, and I'll explain the process when we come to this item. I think I just want to kind of acknowledge the amount of work that staff have done in the lead up to today. There's a significant amount of work going with a large number of councillors that want to offer up amendments for us to consider today. We've taken legal advice, we've taken other advice, and staff have got advice that have been provided to councillors, and it's now public facing. So it will require a degree of patience and sort of intelligence and acceptance around the table. So that's what I'm asking of my fellow councillors today to enable us to get through this. But as I say, we've got Thursday as a backstop for adopting the plan if we require it. So I will now hand over to staff for the first, extending the wheelie bin curbside collection service in Wairua. Thank you.
Okay, so what we're just going to do here, you've had the report, so we're just going to do a quick summation of what the proposal is and if there's any questions on that. So the proposal was to offer the curbside service to all properties accessible to our collection vehicle between Cooptown and Gebbies Valley. These properties will have the option to order 3 bins or continue to use the existing facilities. However, all developed properties that have service available will be charged the full waste minimisation targeted rate. Following submissions, we have made 2 changes to the proposal, which is now extending also to end on Okutu Valley and bin clips in Birdings Flat. So the recommendation is that the council approves the extension of the wheelie bin curbside collection service in Wairua proposal, including the changes made in response to submissions, subject to the funding impact statement.
Are there any questions? Would someone like to move this? Andrew Turner, seconded by Mike Davidson. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That is carried. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 4, wheelie bin curbside collection service, opting out for multi-unit residential developments.
Okay, so the proposals for multi-unit residential developments using an approved alternative service can obtain a rates remission representing the waste minimisation targeted rate used to fund the yellow and green bin curbside collection and processing. And in addition, we have changed that and added to it to say that if they do qualify under that remission, they will also receive a $83 remission in regards to, which is the disposal cost of a red bin. Recommendation that the council approves the wheelie bin curbside collection service opt-out for multi-unit residential development proposal, including the changes to the rates remission policy.
Thank you. Now, we've got, can we pop the recommendations up on the screen?
They're actually there.
It's on the screen now.
Oh, sorry. No, my apologies. Yeah, sorry. I was thinking this was the other one. Any questions? Would someone like to move? Oh, Jimmy, you had a question?
The question is, so today we approve the rates remission policy. Am I right?
Yes,
There's a later on.
Yes, later on.
So there is a kind of condition.
So this is subject to that being
Okay.
approved. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So do I have a mover? Sam McDonald, seconded by Tim Scandrett. Any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That is carried. The next item is item 5, vacant central city land differential and remission. That was the one that I thought that we were dealing with for a minute. So I apologise. So
Yep.
you would like to speak to that?
Yep.
Yes, thank
So
you.
again, the proposal is a new rates differential on central city land with no active or consented use, and a new remission where the land is kept in an improved and maintained state, or there is a delay in processing consent fee. So we have a couple of comments on that, but I'm just going to flick to this next slide because I think a picture paints 1,000 words, so to speak. For the public's benefit, we showed this to the councillors a couple of briefings ago, but this is actually how the vacant central city land process actually works. So if you have a normal consented or active use that's consented, as in the first picture on the right, then you won't get charged this differential. If you don't have an active or consented use, but you keep it in an improved and maintained state, which is the middle picture, then you will actually receive a remission for that. It is the ones we are targeting is the ones on the right that are not. The only difference we have made to the amendment we have made to the proposal since the draft is the fact that we've also included a remission for those if there is a consent in to be processed and because it's air delays, because obviously you're aware that we are very busy in that area, then we will also consider the remission in that situation.
I think that's an incredibly useful slide.
Yeah.
So just pop it back up for a
certainly.
minute, because I think it's really useful for people to see that this is not being applied to a site that may even be being land banked.
Correct.
But it's actually put into the sense of public realm.
Correct.
That gives it a use within the city in the meantime.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. So now, if we can go to the recommendations, we've got. Can you scroll? Yeah. So we've got 2 sets of recommendations being moved by Councillor Goff, seconded Councillor McClellan, and then we have an additional recommendation, which I'll put separately, to look at the directing staff to carry out further work as well with respect to extending the vacant central city land proposal to other areas of the city. And when we're talking about, and that's why I wanted to focus on the images, because we're not talking about vacant land, we're talking about vacant land that's left looking pretty shabby and not really adding value to the areas where it's located. So that's what we're talking about there.
Correct.
Okay. James.
So just 2 questions.
Oh,
First,
2 questions, right.
yes, someone else will need to move 1, just because the point of 2 was to say that I supported it being extended to derelict buildings. but I wasn't comfortable with the vacant central city land differential in its current form. So I was fine with the work being done to extend it to derelict buildings, but not with one.
Okay, well, that's a misunderstanding on my part. So, maybe we can.
That's easy enough. I'm sure there was.
The one you say it's you and the...
It just means that there needs to be another mover and seconder. So that was the first question. Can someone else move one? Because I don't agree with it. But the second question is, where did we get to in workshops? I'd raised around sites that had consents that were currently underway. Where did we get to with that? With whether they would be
They are the
subject to it or not.
referred to in 1.
Yes.
So that
if
that
it's
is
Where it
included in
says
that.
remission to deal with consent delays and clarifying under development, that is picking up the very issues we discussed.
So it's if there is a consent that has been lodged, that qualifies.
Well, let's.
I just want. I know. I'm sorry. I just want to be really clear.
Yeah, that's
on
right.
it.
So if there's a consent that's been lodged
Yes.
and there's a delay that's caused by council,
Yes.
and if it's reasonable to think that if it had been processed according to the time frame, original time frames, the owner could have avoided the the higher differential, then there will be a remission.
So hypothetically, not that this would ever happen a lot, but say on the 19th working day or something like that, council were to ask a question that was already answered in the consent and then reset the clock, would that be the applicant's fault or the council's fault?
I think that, I guess there's a question, if a question got asked of a applicant and it took the applicant a very long time to respond to that, then we might ask really whether that was a council delay. But I think, we can be pretty, we're going to be pretty reasonable, I imagine, in how we interpret that. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Melanie.
2 questions. One is about the third resolution. Will that have beginning 1st July 2023 on that as well, as it originally did?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, with a view to, yeah. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, same thing. So we'll do some more work for next year.
And second question, which sort of is related to James's, if a piece of land has got a resource consent, but then nothing's happening on it for many years, that would not get a remission. Is that correct?
So, if it has a resource consent, that I think the term that we use is fully implemented, and that is in the rating policy itself. In our rating policy, we say who pays the higher this higher differential, and one of the ways that you can avoid paying the higher differential is that if you have a consent that is for a permanent development, if you have commenced permanent development like construction, or if you have a temporary use that has a consent that has been what we call fully implemented. Now, so if you've been sitting on a consent for years and years and done nothing, I would say that is not fully implemented. But again, we're going to be really reasonable about this, reasonable as we can in our interpretation. So, for example, if someone has just had a consent for a temporary use, like a car park, I would imagine we would say, if they just haven't quite had time to fulfill the conditions, then I think we'd give that to them.
Yeah, so I'm more looking at it from the other perspective, where
Yeah.
there's been a resource consent for 3 to 5 years or something, and they've renewed it, and they haven't
That's not fully...
actioned anything yet because they're waiting to see
Yeah.
whether they do or not.
Yeah, that's not fully implemented, so
Great.
they would pay the higher differential.
Excellent, thanks. Okay. Right, so Jake's moving number 1. Do I have a seconder for the proposal? Melanie? All right. So I'll just deal with, yeah, I'll just put them separately probably. So is there any debate?
When we do, if anyone wants to debate these, are we debating essentially all 3 of them, then you'll put
Debating
them
all
separate?
3, yeah. Do you want to speak to it?
No one else? Yeah. Or whoever's moved it might want to open it or anything, I guess. But
No. Jake, did you want to speak to the motion?
No, actually, I don't.
All right. James.
yeah, I will. So obviously we're putting these 3 separately. 1 and 3 relate to the vacant land. 1 essentially applies it to the central city. 3 are staff to look at applying that citywide. And 2 is obviously around extending to derelict buildings. I'm supportive of the derelict buildings, not so much the vacant land one. I think there are just too many question marks that have been raised throughout the submissions process around where we draw that line, what qualifies, what doesn't. I do hear staff and appreciate the comments that will be reasonable with that, but I think even as a councillor that's gone through many workshops and read a lot of documents on this, I still get the sense that there is a lack of clarity there, and I'm not sure that I have the utmost confidence that that line will be clear then for people that are in the community when, I still think there's a lot of question marks even around the table for that. Look, fundamentally why I support it being applied to derelict buildings and not the vacant land is that I don't think that really the vacant land is the issue. I think fundamentally the problem in our city around what's stifling regeneration is a number of things. But first and foremost, it's derelict buildings. We have an opportunity to directly tackle that, and that's where I think our best efforts would be best spent. There are a range of other issues. Inflation, cost of construction, lack of supplies, a labour shortage, high interest rates, lack of foot traffic, lack of tenants, and dare I say it, consents. We've been looking at reports recently where we're only able to process 30% of consents within the maximum time frame that's statutorily allowed. I'm not making this stuff up. This stuff isn't political. It's not ideology. It's just reality. So putting a policy in place that penalises people with vacant land, and yes, there is some criteria around it which could waive the application of it to some people, I still just don't think that that's hitting the right target. If you think the impediment to positive development in the city is because there is a problematic level of people laughing in the face of making a return so they can instead pay holding costs and land bank, well, I'm sorry, you're just wrong. That's not the issue. I can actually think of more examples where this council has held land that it doesn't have any use for at all in the short or medium term than I can think of those in the private sector where this has occurred. Like how many years did we hold on to the strip of land beside the art gallery after base isolating it? Or how many years did we hold the former convention centre site for? Do you know what the confirmed plan is for the former Crown Plaza site? You don't, because there isn't one. So many councillors in this room have voted not to sell surplus council land in Hallsville on the basis that there might be a use for it one day, despite our own staff recommending that it be sold due to it being surplus to requirement. So I think there are many factors hindering development, but land banking, isn't one of them. So derelict sites, in my view, should be within the council's laser focus of addressing it. And I think there is an opportunity to do that in recommendation 2, so I'm happy to support that. But I think that the broad brush solution to a problem that doesn't exist around land banking for vacant sites is just misguided. So I won't be supporting 1 or 3, but I will be supporting 2.
I've just asked staff to put back up the image that I had up before, or staff had up before. And I just want people to focus their attention on the middle picture. there is no differential that's going to apply to that site. And that's because the owners of that site have made a contribution to the public realm of our city. And they have made this a pleasant and accessible site. The public artwork, or the street art that sits at the back, the Ototahi building, it's outstanding. The people in St Asaph, Litchfield, Tuam, the Salt District, self-named, self-promoted, and actually businesses coming together to make a huge difference there. That's what we want to see in our city, because we're not stopping people from putting off their development plans for the future. We're just saying, if you do, make it look like it's part of our city in the meantime. And that's what this is about. The number of people who made submissions to this council over and over again and said, do something about that site that's on the right. That is over and over again parts of our city. And they don't care about the city. They aren't really making it okay for people to put up with what's happening in the interim until there's a development happening. And that's the difference that this rate is designed to achieve. Has it been, a challenging issue for some people to confront? Are there different views in terms of the legal challenges that we might face? There is significant debate going on in Auckland at the moment as one of their rate differentials is being looked at. I just think that the people of Christchurch spoke to us overwhelmingly in the submissions, and they said, do something about just making the place look good in the meantime. And gee, what a difference when you can sit down with a landowner, as council staff have painstakingly done, site by site. And as they've approached business people who have been willing to make a difference, look at the site on the corner of Hereford Street, Colombo Street and Cathedral Square. That site couldn't be developed as it was intended because of COVID and the utter breakdown of the tourism market for that particular owner. He sold the site, the new owner came in and he said, yep, let's make it decent for the people of Christchurch in the meantime. They are rewarded by this, they are not penalised by it. So that's my contribution to the debate. Sarah.
Thanks for that. And the slides do make it super clear about what will and what won't be incorporated. And we have, let's not forget, we have over the last decade had substantial carrots for people to develop in the central city. We have had development contribution rebates for those developing both residential and commercial. We have had lots of carrot. We have done lots of one-on-one work with landowners and a range of things to try and get people making their sites look good, make them safe, and to help them develop in the central city. For some, that hasn't been enough. Not quite enough, bunches of carrots. And so, unfortunately, we sometimes need to use a bit of stick, but this has been the last resort, if you like, after significant carrots. People have been coming to us saying, please make our city look better. It's really poor for our central city when it looks so bad. I'd like to thank staff for the work that they've done on this and for taking into account the various submissions and concerns of those who do hold land and being really flexible. And I do have every confidence in our staff that they will apply this really reasonably and with great alacrity. But what I don't have confidence in is the number of central city landowners who are sitting there with currently unconsented, undeveloped, unimproved land. And I don't have confidence that without a little bit of a stick, they will do the right thing and do what's best for our city. Thanks.
Andrew.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to be the mover of option 3, and I would draw people's attention to the wording of it, to do further work and to report on options. So it's very broad in terms of next steps. That will provide the clarity which is sought. It will allow for any misunderstandings or misgivings or unintended outcomes to be taken into account. Vacant land in suburban areas is an issue right the way across the city. It's a long-standing issue. Because I see them most often, Littleton and Sydenham would be the first places that come to mind when I think of vacant land in suburban centres. And there may well be good commercial reasons or reasons around development economics that development is not taking place on certain sites around the city. London Street in Littleton is a really good example. There are so many vacant sites, long-term vacant sites on that street, which is the centre of the town. If this resolution allows us to begin to unlock that, either from a permanent development point of view or even a public amenity temporary use viewpoint, with the exact options to do that yet to be determined, then I'm definitely in favour of it. And people sitting around the table will be visualising and thinking of other parts of the city as I say this. If we keep on what we're doing in the suburbs, then we just keep on getting what we've got. If we look at options to do something different, then we may well be able to get a decent development outcome or at least a decent intervention outcome for Littleton, for Sydenham and some other areas, and I totally support that. If it's good for the central city, then it's also good for our suburban centres. The glaring example for me for recommendation 2 is the Mitre Hotel in Littleton, and I've had more than a small amount of correspondence on that over the years. It'll be one of the first buildings that cruise ship passengers on 80 ships visiting from the month of October this year will see. It's derelict, it's got broken windows, it's got bits falling off it, and it's taking up public space. It is not what we want the image of our city to be, any more than the derelict buildings standing in the central city are. What's relevant and what's good for the central city is also relevant and good in the suburban areas. We need to move on from derelict sites wherever they are, but an acceptable part of our city landscape. I therefore totally support these additional recommendations, and I'm pleased to see us planning to do some work towards acting in these important spaces.
Anyone else? Celeste.
The vacant sites differential is about supporting landowners to do the right thing by providing a remission for improvements and activation of vacant land. Those landowners who do not make improvements or have an active consent will pay higher rates, which is a fair thing to do. As some submitters have pointed out, we also need to look at how we can support developers to move forward by removing any roadblocks to get stalled projects across the line. So this also means we need to work together to encourage the right kinds of activation across our city in urban areas. I'm also supportive of doing further work to apply this scheme to our suburban areas, and that includes New Brighton and some others. Which is also about encouraging activation improvement of vacant sites to discourage any sort of bad faith land banking. What is clear is when these sites are left in a state of neglect for a long period of time, this actually has a negative impact on residents and our community. Ultimately, it's about working together to remove barriers to progress and supporting collective efforts to move our city forward in a positive way. So I'm supportive of these resolutions.
Sam.
Yeah, just really quickly, I won't support 1 or 3, but I'm happy to support 2. And I think it's been quite an interesting debate and quite useful in some respects, but I sort of noted there was a lack of, some of the points that were raised, a lack of confidence in property owners in the CBD. And you kind of think about what they went through during the earthquakes and what a lot of them have gone through over COVID in the last couple of years and the support they've given.
Point of order. Misrepresentation, what I said, it was only some who are currently not doing things, not all property owners in the CBD.
That's
It's a misrepresentation.
It's not a point of order.
Misrepresentation
It's not a point of order. No, it's not. No, it's not a point of order. I mean, it is, yeah. Cool. It's not a point of order, so carry on.
Well, I do apologise if I've misinterpreted what you've said, but I literally wrote down the lack of confidence in property owners in the CBD. The second one was around intervention, which I think should be a scary word for the council. And I think the other one is around looking at the use of a stick, not a carrot. And I think if you fundamentally look at it, we're kind of dealing with property rights. If people own land, they've been through significant challenges, the market will determine when they can develop a site. They're not sitting on it because they can't make money out of it. They're sitting on it because they don't often have tenants that they can put onto a building. So I just think we need to add a bit of realism into the environment we have in Christchurch. And if we're looking at using a carrot, the carrot we could do would be to, maximise the amount of people that we can get into the CBD to spend money to support business. The more we can grow it, the more they will develop these sites. So I just think we need to be really careful when we're looking at penalising people who have actually been through pretty difficult times. And while they may have assets within the CBD, there are struggles around cash flow, and we've seen that for the last couple of years.
Okay. Tim Scandrett.
Yeah, look, thank you. I'm supporting all three, and the example I'll give you is Sydenham. Early on, I worked with the late Lou Summers to put 3 artworks on 3 blocks of land. 2 of those blocks of land were at the entrance of both ends of Sydenham, one was in the middle. Those landowners were totally supportive of what we were doing and assisted us. As time went on, the one at the north end has now been developed. The one at the south end is being developed into a car park with plantings, etc. And the one in the middle has been developed into a park. So technically you could say that 2 haven't been developed, but they certainly have been upgraded, and one in the middle is used by the locals as for lunches, etc. And then only one site has been developed. So time will allow the owners to develop as they can. But it's about making sure that those entrances into our city and within our city don't look like dump sites. And that's quite frankly what that picture on the right does, and this is what this is trying to stop. It's not forcing anyone to develop, it's just doing something for the city, as we all should. So I'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jake, would you like to close the debate?
Yeah, happy to. I just wanted to thank our staff for coming up with a really novel and creative approach to solving what has been a huge challenge for our city over the last decade. You know, I reject the idea that this is overly punitive. It's a contribution. I think we as a city, every ratepayer and citizen of Christchurch has made a contribution, you know, by offering incentives for people to develop in the CBD and by subsidising that. And actually landowners have a responsibility as well. You know, and while it won't be appropriate in every case to get on and fully develop every piece of land, that's not an excuse not to maintain a tidy section. You know, that's the least that really should be expected. And I think it's also a real shame that people that were so supportive of this policy from the beginning have really done a U-turn, and that's really that's not the type of confidence that we need to give the organisation. Thank you.
Right. Well, I'm going to put the motion probably just individually. So I'll put one. It's been moved by Councillor McClellan, seconded by Councillor Coker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That is carried.
Any requests for votes against?
So just record the votes again. So just Goff, Johansson, Chu, McDonald, Major and Kewen. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so that's carried. The second motion moved by Councillor Goff, seconded Councillor McClellan. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And the third motion, that's moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Donovan. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No.
Is it the
That's
same?
carried. And is it the same people? Oh, okay. So it's Goff, Chu, McDonald, Major, and Kewen.
What number is that?
1.2 D.
so that's carried. So now we move on the policy on remission and postponement of rates on Maori freehold land.
Sam, can I get you to change it? Thank you. So this was in direct relationship to the changing of the Act, and we have received, the proposal is to update, we've updated the policy, and we have worked very closely based on the submissions that we have received. So the change to that is that we would this one's a bit...
Yeah. There were, in MKT's submission, there were quite a few drafting changes which we've largely accepted. So that's our first bullet point. And the second one, I guess just to highlight that issue, that where the policy now says that decision-making under that policy is going to move to Te Hononga. And just to note that we will have further discussions with Runanga and MKT about this idea of transferring rates to the Ngāi Tahu Rates Commission. There's obviously a lot of discussion really required on that, and we don't need to decide that today for the purpose of this policy.
Are there any questions? I'd like to move this one, seconded by Mike Davidson. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That is carried. Thank you. Now we move on to the annual plan itself. And before I hand over to the Chief Executive just to say a couple of words, I just wanted for us to kind of reflect on where we're up to in this process. And as I said in my introduction to the annual plan, this is starting from a very different place from the very first annual plan that I presided over as mayor back in the 2014-15 year. And I've reflected on the issue we faced at that time with unbudgeted commitments we couldn't fund, including getting back our accreditation. We forget that we had to put $10 million on that budget so that we could get back to accredited status to issuing building consents. We couldn't fund our commitments under the cost-sharing agreement. And then we had the March-April floods. And I think pretty much every year, and it's not just me, but every year there's been something that's happened of dramatic proportions that has impacted on our budget. And this time it's COVID. We were very aware of that going into the long-term plan process. So there has been consideration made of our, of the issues relating to COVID and the impact that it's had on our ability to budget in a very insecure environment. But we said with this annual plan, which is the second year of the 3-year operational plan that we put in place as part of our long-term planning process, we go into this, we said, with a light touch. We'd really consulted quite considerably on our long-term plan, and as a result we were going in with a light touch to make some amendments to the this year's annual plan, and then we would take into account the circumstances that have occurred since the time we signed off the long-term plan, and we'd take into account the feedback that we got from the community. And I think the amendments that I have in my name, or the recommendations that I have in my name, reinforce that concept of a light touch, and then the amendments may well adjust that to some extent, but that is in the hands of councillors. So on that note, I will hand over to staff to give us some context and then some consideration of the approach of 3. And I was just going to allow Dawn to say a few words by way of introduction as well. But I did want to acknowledge staff for the incredible amount of work. A lot of the public don't see all the work that goes on behind the scenes. And so this is my opportunity as the Mayor of the City on behalf of all councillors to thank and acknowledge staff for the huge amount of work that you have already done, and to acknowledge that there probably is some more for you to do today as well. Dawn.
Thank you, Mayor. And it will be words that will be of a similar echo as the Mayor has just described. This annual plan does follow a very thorough long-term plan. The stress I would say about that work was how staff and elected members and the Mayor worked together to develop that plan, co-design it, and then flow through to implementation. And we have kept that philosophy in developing this annual plan. Our advice has been consistent and clear. In light of that extensive work, this needed to be a light annual plan because your strategic direction had not changed. And that was fundamentally to concentrate on the basics and to ensure that we keep our focus on affordability and deliverability. Through the consultation process, your staff listened very carefully to what our public were saying, and as a result have been able to make adjusted recommendations to you. And in particular, to ensure also, in light of the very significant worldwide and New Zealand circumstances that we are facing and our public are facing, that we are proposing a continued reduced rate below 5%, and at that rate that was listed in the LTP, we have been able to become below that too. I think today's debate will be interesting as you work through the annual plan. You have been given very clear advice by staff in terms of what matters do not meet the Local Government Act, and where there are opportunities where staff can give you alternative recommendations. We have also tried to reflect both the consultation and the members' guidance. But critically, you are here as governors to give a strategic overview and to look also at the decisions you have previously made and how that then is reflected in what you decide or not decide to do today. And staff will clearly give you advice in the presentation when we get to the excess water charges. It is the Mayor's last annual plan, and it's good that she was able to reflect on the history and the journey that we've been on from her beginning right the way through to today. The annual plan process in the LTP is quite different from what you had previously, and we will continue to adjust and learn as we go through to keep it, getting it smoother, quicker and easier, not just for the public and elected members, but also for our staff, being able to give you good quality advice and to do that in a way that makes absolute sense for the public to understand. So I hand over to my officers now to take you through the presentation.
Thank you and good morning. Just to quickly recap from a staff point of view, as the Mayor and the CE have said, the long-term plan was meticulously researched and considered by both governance and staff, and it's pleasing to see how well it stood up to this process of an update. When we went out in February with the draft, of course we hadn't had our annual 100-year event as we normally do, so we've got COVID, lockdowns, commodity, Ukraine, you're aware of what those impacts are. The fact that we've come out this end with a recommended annual plan that does not cut levels of service, still has an expansive capital program for the city, and has rates below what was tipped in the LTP, is actually quite a neat trick to pull off. And I'm not sure everybody quite understands that balancing act, perhaps in the public arena, as well as they might. So what we'll go through today are the changes to OPEX, CAPEX. There are some minor changes to levels of service. The Mayor's recommendations actually don't represent a huge variation from the long-term plan. If you look at the footprint, the long-term plan still remains the flagship document for the direction of our city. However, it does get updated by this process to take into account events in the world and the feedback we receive from the community. And it's safe to say that in both cases, the level of research behind that has been exhaustive and no stone has been left unturned. So we'll go through the changes that have come through that process and are being recommended today, and that will start with a brief examination of what has changed out in the world since we built the draft annual plan. And I'll hand over to Leah at that point.
Thank you, Peter. So we've done a couple of slides here about which are more aimed at the inflation issue, but I just reflected this morning, and from as a CFO, I just want to make a couple of points really. 21st of February is when we adopted our draft annual plan. Ironically, it's 21st of June today, so 4 months to the day. From a financial point of view, I just want to go back and just think about what's changed in that 4 months, because while it seems a long time, but it isn't actually much. But on the 21st of February, it was 3 days before Russia invaded Ukraine. COVID cases in New Zealand were around 2,000 a day, but ironically in Canterbury we were still only at 105. The OCR was 0.75, and it's now 2. Our draft plan assumed a 3 for OCR of 3 in the FY23. Now we're assuming 3.5. But more importantly, we actually were assuming a peak of 3.1 in June 24, based on market data. Now that peak is 4.8 in the same period. Interest rates for new debt we assumed in February was 3.22. Now they are 4.1. Capital delivery assumptions at the time, based on the current year where we are now, was it delivering in this year of 513. Now we're at 415. And our carry forwards we assumed in our draft annual plan of 50 million are now 175. A lot has changed in 4 months. In addition, when we look at in spite of that, but it was also going through this, is if we look at inflation, so we are now, the changes are that the supply chain disruptions we knew that they were happening, but we are now realising that they're going to be longer than expected, in part due to the COVID lockdowns in China. Our commodity prices continue to increase in the cost of inputs and transport, particularly after that Ukraine invasion. And our employment, our skill shortages, higher wages, harder to increase the output. This results in a major reassessment of inflation expectations, which the central banks around the world have shifted to more aggressive tightening cycles. Public expectations have shifted higher, significant worrying for the central banks, and focus now on inflation, not full employment, higher interest rates and risk of a recession. The market impact is high uncertainty and volatility. Participants trying to sit until the fog clears. It makes harder to secure debt and the hedging position. Due to these changes, inflation, we have increased our general OPEX inflation by 1% to 3.1, but that is a balance. Inflation's higher than that, but we are trying to balance supporting our residents in a rising cost environment, whilst recognising that we also have ongoing cost pressures for the council. It ensures ratepayers aren't overrated while periods of high inflation uncertainty are still uncertain, and somewhat reduces the risk of higher future years' rates increases to compensate if the inflation continues to be high and doesn't reduce. But it does maintain the tension between service delivery and budget management, and it also recognises that actually in the last couple of years we have had some surpluses in spite of some of this. But there is risks, and there is risks to this plan. The ongoing war in the Ukraine means ongoing uncertainty at a global level. The COVID continues to have a significant impact on our operations, as does to our residents. Our supply chain issues continue to impact New Zealand and the council, and our nationwide skills shortage will continue to impact us. But in spite of that, and in some cases because of that, we are in a position today to recommend a final rates increase of 4.56. which as for FY23, which is as what Peter said before, our LTP was 4.97 and our draft was 4.96. So we are very pleased at this, at this point of view to be able to recommend this 4.56 because it does recognise for our residents that we are listening to them as well. But just to set the scene, so our starting point today is 4.56. if all proposed amendments that are on the table today go through, then our potential final is 5.4.
Sure. Just to reiterate, for those who weren't involved, councillors may propose amendments to the recommended annual plan. They were foreshadowed at the briefing of the 31st of May. Since then, they've been through a fairly exhaustive series of staff advice, both legal, technical, operational, about the viability and desirability and risks around those amendments. That's so that this council, when it considers the amendments today or at another day, is able to make a decision based on good information about the risks and desirability of the amendments. That advice was reviewed by councillors only last week, and some amendments have been withdrawn by the councillors. Others remain on the table for the purposes of this plan, and those, plus the staff advice around them, will be considered as part of this process. That's really just a brief recap of how that will work. So if you just, move forward.
We're going straight on.
No, I think at this point we're meant to move into the annual plan itself, are we not?
Well, the next item that I've got is has staff got any have councillors got any questions of staff at this stage? Otherwise, we'll move on to the audit and risk.
Yes.
From Sam McDonald. Oh, question first, yeah.
And it's just a really quick one. How much, in terms of a value, dollar value, has the rating growth increased since the draft to the final? So in terms of, you know how we have the rating base and then it grows, how much has that gone up?
So we assumed 0.8 in the draft, and we are at 1.27. There you go.
1.2. That's 27 million.
No, that's the percentage increase of
so
rating growth.
Do we know what that works out at as additional revenue for the council?
2.9.
2.9 million. Cool. That's great. Thank you.
Would you like to refer to the Audit and Risk Management Committee?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, sorry. Yanni's got a question.
Yeah, I was just thank staff for the work that they've done. I was just wondering if you could just advise in terms of the staff responses, how they've taken into account the resident survey findings and the submissions that people have made around the general themes that have come through.
Well, there's two ways by which the resident survey findings have been recognised. One is by the nature of the councillors' responses, so any amendments that have been provided. The staff responses have largely been based around the heads of services advice that council's received. So to briefly recap, every question in the resident survey has been responded to by heads of service to say that they've done some analysis around what the data means, that they have provided a way forward on how to improve scores or maintain them, and that advice from heads of service will be actioned in the coming year, either within existing budget or by changing processes or through the councillors' recommendations that are on the table today. So they've been fairly exhaustively plumbed for how we can respond to that feedback from our residents.
And just on that, sorry, you should never try and do things by memory. It was 1.9 in answer to your question. 1.9 million, yeah. Oh, just the only other thing, Mayor, I would say is the slide that I had in regards to if all the proposed amendments go through at 5.4, the only difference to that is there's been slight changes to the amendments by Councillor Johansson, which we haven't, obviously, these were done yesterday, so that there may be a slight change to that. We haven't quite costed a couple of those up.
All right. So, Sam, if you could address the Audit and Risk
sure.
Management
So
Committee
firstly, Kim Wallace
recommendations.
sends her apology. She isn't in Christchurch today, otherwise she would be here for it. The Audit and Risk Management Committee met last week to consider the annual plan and went through everything. They noted that, and I say it every year, that the Audit Committee looks at the process that was followed. So it's not necessarily about the material impacts of rates and things like that, but it's around how we got to this point of view. There were no concerns raised. There were probably two things that come out of it. I think one was a a growing level of concern by the certainly by the independent members of Audit and Risk around the time that is and the resource that goes into an annual plan. It seems to be getting worse. Was their view is that actually we seem to be consuming a lot of time on something that is not that significant. And then secondly, they're very interested in a closeout report on the annual plan process to look at how we can change that going forward. So they were probably the two highlights, Leanne, but again, we're in a pretty comfortable position to recommend the annual plan to the council.
Yep. Any questions of Sam? No. Would you like to move, Sam, then recommendations 1 and 2 with respect to the Audit and Risk Management Committee report, and seconded by Andrew Turner? Any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That is carried. And now we move on to the suspension of standing orders. But before I do that, I just want to refer back to a point of order that was raised during the context of the earlier debate, because I'd like to make the point that this is not a standing order that is suspended in any way, shape or form, and I shall be better alert to it. So Sarah Templeton raised a point of order during a contribution being made by Sam McDonald, where she stated that the point of order was in relation to misrepresentation, and of course the standing orders cover misrepresentation of any statement made by a member or by an officer or council employee, in this case by a member. I had in the back of my mind contradictions, which is the following standing order expressing a difference of opinion or contradicting a statement by a previous speaker does not constitute a point of order. I looked to my right and received advice that it was not a point of order. I confirmed, I said that it wasn't a point of order. I received a confirming nod. I have since been advised that it should have been accepted as a point of order, so I do apologise to Sarah Templeton. But the issue was clarified in that Councillor McDonald acknowledged he may have got it wrong, and he apologised for so doing. And so therefore the matter was resolved. So I do apologise to the councillors, but I shall be deeply alert to the difference between misrepresentation and contradictions. Very alert. So everyone can just take that on board. Thank you very much. So now I will move the suspension of standing orders, but not that one. So do I have a seconder for the suspension of standing orders? Pauline Cotter. Any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That is carried. And we move on to the... so I will now just give a little summary of how things may well proceed, if they proceed well. My recommendations have been split into topics. Each topic will be moved and seconded, and then we will deal with the relevant amendments for that topic. A reminder that we will formally adopt the annual plan later in the meeting, and it is here that councillors will be able to debate the plan as a whole. So each one of these 4 topics, and then a separate noting sort of environment, each one of them represents a debate in their own right. So there are 4 debates for amendments and my recommendations, and 1 debate for all of the provisions that are addressing issues that have been raised in the context of the annual plan, but they're noting provisions rather than amendments to the annual plan. The amendments will be debated and put to a vote. If successful, the Mayor's recommendations will be amended or added to. A reminder that the wider debate on the entire annual plan will be later in the meeting when the council formally adopts the plan, and we will have to adjourn the meeting before we adopt the annual plan so that council staff can go away and reassess the rates impact of any of the decisions that we make today that were not included at the front end of the day. After we've dealt with the amendments, we will deal with the noting provisions. And as I said before, these notes are in response to issues arising from submissions and questions from councillors. They're not annual plan recommendations, and they don't amend the annual plan per se. And I think staff have provided a wide range of advice and recommendations on these. And they're examples where work is already underway or further work or action is required, or the issue will be dealt with as part of the next long-term plan. Once all the topics have been debated, there will be that break for staff to adjust the annual plan, to incorporate any amendments and to give an update on the rates. It may be that we, as I say, we've got a fallback position of adjourning to Thursday the 23rd of June, but I'm still maintaining my sense of optimism that that may not be required. So we'll move on to you're not presenting further on these, are you? No. So we'll move to the Mayor's recommendations on the environment area, and then we'll deal with the other amendments. So I'm moving, obviously, my recommendations, and I think, Andrew Turner, you're willing to second them. And so now So we're technically going to get each of the amendments to the environment recommendations moved and seconded, so that we have them in front of us.
We also have staff advice on the presentation, so if there's any clarifications that we want, we can...
So for the proposed amendments, so not the Mayor's recommendations, but the proposed amendments, we have a slide for each, which just recaps the proposed amendment and the staff advice.
Okay, all I'm going to do is confirm the mover and seconder.
Yep.
Do you want to do each slide as we do that?
Yeah, I think I think that's the best way to do it.
Okay, so so can I confirm that the adult playground amendment is moved Councillor Coker, seconded Councillor Scandrett. So have you got a slide on each of them as we go? Okay.
It's to help the public realise what we're doing as well.
It's just, we just want to be very clear on each of these. So this was the proposed amendment was to request staff to continue to work with the Waihoro Spraden Cashmere Community Board to identify the scope, site and budget for an adult playground in time for inclusion in the next draft long-term plan. And it was not recommended in the sense if the board do wish to proceed, they consider this in the 24 to 34 long-term plan, because there is no resources set aside, a number of more pressing priorities in the area, and limited capacity with the community or parks team to carry out this work at this time.
Okay, thank you. So now we move on to the Templeton Playground renewal, and that's Councillor Chen, Councillor Galloway, moved and seconded, is that right? Yeah. Okay, can staff just speak to that?
Okay, yes.
Staff.
Oh, staff. Okay, thank you. I thought you said the debate. Okay,
I know
thank
how
you.
passionate you are about it, and you will have your chance.
So this is requesting staff to commence engagement with Templeton community to determine the exact needs of the community and development of a plan for future upgrade of the playground, and staff have recommended that this go ahead. They're happy to do this.
This is my help required. It's not an amendment to the plan. So is this just a noting provision that staff will commence engagement with the Templeton community?
Correct.
So can we change it to a noting one, because it's not an amendment to the annual plan, and
apologies.
It's an action.
But it's fine that we deal with it, so that Councillor Chen can speak to it when we get to the amendments. But so leave it in here, but just change that we are noting that staff will commence engagement with the Templeton community to determine the exact need. Is that right?
Correct.
Yep. Okay. That's a one, Jimmy, just saying. Waterways quality, Councillor Coker, Councillor Scandrett, is that right? Yes. Can we have that one up, please?
So this is the amendment was to add 300,000 for waterways quality compliance to control erosion and decrease sediment into waterways for 22-23 as well as further future years. However, note that the extra is only needed as 50k, but staff are not recommending this. And that is it's already provisioned. 250k is already provisioned for one additional compliance officer and educational activities, and an additional 50,000 would go to further education initiatives across the contractor community, but we recommend that we don't do that.
Right. Okay, and the next one is tree canopy. Johansson Chen, is that right? That's moved and seconded? Yep, I'm just confirming the mover and seconder. Thank you. Tree canopy?
That council make budget provision of 1 million in FY 22-23 to provide increased support for tree canopy protection and enhancement, and to support the implementation of the urban forest plan. What the officer comment is, we're not recommending this because we're saying the application of appropriate funding should be a key consideration of the next LTP following the public consultation and adoption of the urban forest plan. At this stage, based on the thing, we have assumed it's all OPEX costing of the $1 million, but we weren't 100% sure of what it would be totally. But at the moment, we've assumed if this goes through, it will be all OPEX for $100 million, an impact of 1.17.
Thank you. Next one is excess water charges deferral. Move Councillor Sam McDonald, seconded Councillor James Goff. Do you want to pop that one up? I think there's a bit more of a...
Yes. So this one, I'm going to ask Katie and... Is there one here? Helen's over there. Come up and join me for a moment. So this we have the proposed amendment to defer the commencement of the excess water supply residential volumetric charge until FY 23-24, 1st of July 23. And there's also a foreshadowed motion on the alternative staff recommendation from Councillor McClellan, which is deferring the commencement of invoicing of the excess water supply until 1st of January 23, but it will be based on water meter readings commencing from 1st of October 22. The reason we are recommending that is from a financial point of view. So the first amendment will have an impact of 2.4 million that we will need to add back, which is a rates impact of 0.41. If we go to the alternative recommendation, which staff are recommending, it will actually, because it will won't take all of it's only, we will still get the summer months in there, so it is only a revenue drop of 567,000, which is a 0.08%. But more importantly, we're just going to go on to a couple of sides in regards to excess water, because we have had a number of briefings on this, but not in the public. So we just wanted to reflect on a couple of things in regards to the reason of why we have started, why we did this, why we're recommending it, and some of the comms that is actually happening too, because the feedback we've had is that the public are still not actually aware of what's going on. So we just wanted to reflect on some of that. So I'm going to ask Helen, are you happy to go through this slide?
So this is a reminder to the background, and we consulted on the excess water use charge as part of our long-term plan and had a large number of submissions on it and a good debate across the city about the water use in the city and across Banks Peninsula. The delay in implementation of this was so that we could provide the tools for the residents and have time to educate people about using those tools so that they could manage their own water use and find leaks, because it's both about behaviour and leaks. So the issue of the very high demand over the summer is one that the city has grappled with for decades, and indeed our network is built to meet it. So what that means is that during the winter, we only use half of our 150 wells across the city and about half of those 50 pump stations. What happens as the weather warms up is that we bring those other wells and pumps online as people use the drinking water supply to fill their swimming pools and irrigate their gardens. So in the summer, the demand doubles, the daily demand doubles, and the peak hourly demand doubles again. We really struggle to meet that, and that's the big driver for us, is managing that peak demand, where otherwise we get a pressure drop across our network, we struggle to fill those hill reservoirs overnight, and we risk not having sufficient if we have a firefighting need and a sudden demand in part of our network. One of the reasons for the excess water use charge rather than water restrictions, which can be effective, is that water restrictions target everybody, but the high water use charge targets those people who are using over and above. And most households are indeed modest users, even if they're irrigating vegetable gardens from time to time. So it's the top 4% of households that are using 23%, so almost a quarter of the water supplied to the residential sector, and the top 20% who are using more than half in that summer period. So experience across New Zealand and indeed across the world has shown that you can get a 20 to 30% reduction when you introduce these volumetric charges, either for high users or for every litre. So experience is that they have been very effective in demand management. And I'll hand over to Katie.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. So communications and marketing to date. So we've sent out letters now, direct communications to all households.
You might need to turn the microphone towards you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, but
apologies.
Turn it.
Turn it. That way. Thank you. So a reminder that we are doing a two-pronged attack on this one. It is direct communications and also a general awareness campaign. So letters have gone out now to all of those households using 2,000 litres a day and above. Now these are people who are very, very likely to have leaks. We staggered that approach, dealing with the largest users first, those 6,000 litre plus users. And we've had some really great feedback from these people already. As I said, these people really want to hear from us. If you're losing that much water near your property, sooner or later that's going to come home to roost. And we've got a couple of examples up there of the feedback that we've received. So we have done some from in terms of general awareness raising. We have advertised on our rates bill, and that went out to 130,000 printed and 35 as a banner in the email. But more recently, last week, we've started with half-page ads in the press and community newspapers. We've had digital ads running, and we've already seen a really big spike in 1,800 web click-throughs. And we've also run a Newsline story, and we've had corresponding media coverage in the press and stuff, Radio New Zealand, News Talk ZB, and The Star. So in terms of what's to come, our next batch of direct communications will be going out next week to households using 900 to almost 2,000 litres. And then after that, as a lower priority, we'll be going out to houses using 700 to 900 litres. Our marketing campaign online and in newspapers will continue, and that's the general awareness raising. We know that the communications and marketing campaign is starting to reach people because we are seeing a steady but manageable increase in the calls to the contact centre and emails to our water consumption inbox. And it's really important to say that this is, we are taking a lot of effort to stage this, because it's not just about receiving the letter, it's also about the experience that you have when you call us or contact us. And one of the ways that we can relieve people's anxiety or concern about that is in making sure that they get a response from us in a timely manner, and that also means that we have to manage our communications into this organisation so we don't slam our contact centre. We're also seeing big numbers on the water reporter there, so you can see that 75,000 unique views. So these are individual people. 2,000 of them have come in since last Friday, so we know something's working in that space. We've got campaign videos that have been viewed more than 350,000 times, and our social media, as you can see on there, is going off as well. So it's a staged campaign, it's a well-managed campaign, and we have time with Steady as she goes to get in touch with the users directly and to raise awareness with our general campaign.
Thanks, Katie. And I just wanted to reiterate, so the plan that you're seeing now, this has always been the plan. Okay, so when we delayed the implementation a year ago was to make sure that we could actually get what we needed to do. So the report writer, the water reporter came in December, and we wanted to actually see some of that initial things so we could react to make sure that what we had was correct. This is the direct campaign that we are now targeting. and it is getting the response that we are expecting. Water is a very precious resource, and we need to actually make sure that we look after it, and we need to target the people that are not using it responsibly. That is what the excess water charge is about, rather than charging all users for that. From a person that has got an extremely beautiful lawn, I am a high excess user, and what this has done for me is to reflect on that and how I change my behaviour. This is what this is about. Thank you.
All right. There are a number of questions. So can I just take questions on this item first? And Councillor McClellan has a foreshadowed motion, which is the alternative staff recommendation if the amendment didn't carry. And so, but Councillor McClellan, who has got his camera off for a very good reason, has indicated that he has a question. Well, he's not well. And it's very good that it's actually very good that he's actually attending the meeting electronically, even though he can't actually be here in person. So thank you, Jake, and you've just earned yourself the first question.
Oh, most grateful. Thank you. And thank you, Leah, as a fellow lawn aficionado. I just wondered if you could cover off the behaviour change. You mentioned that we're already starting to see some. Can you just cover off the scope of the change we're already seeing?
So most of the changes that we've seen to date have been around leaks, and that's because we've been targeting the very highest users, and those users who are using more than 6,000 or more than 4,000 or more than 3,000 litres per day, which is approximately 10 times the average use. Almost certainly have a leak, although there have been some who've got very large gardens and do have extensive irrigation systems. So the behaviour change is mostly that people are finding those leaks and getting them fixed, and we don't expect to see the change in terms of water use over the summer until they're actually charged.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got hang on, Sarah, Aaron, Andrew, and Jimmy.
Thanks. Can I just clarify on the staff recommendations? So we have already made a decision on this in the LTP and done lots of work. And there's been a staff alternative put up if people wish to delay. Is that now the staff preferred option to delay it a couple of months, or is it the staff preferred to continue as we've already decided, but if the council wished to delay, then you'd prefer it was not a full year, it was just a part? Because there's quite a difference between those two things, because it looks from the wording that was on that first slide like staff are recommending a delay, and that wasn't my understanding from earlier communications.
Yeah, look, we believe that we're ready to go. However, for this, because we know in that first 3 months, it's over the winter months, right? So we do believe that we can, to give us a wee bit more time to actually work with our residents, then absolutely the alternative is that we can actually start billing from that 1st of January.
But we could start billing there without much of an impact, because actually people won't be charged over that period anyway. So there's no advantage for people kind of charged anyway because there's low use. But there's a potential for us to...
All it does, so there will be some charging, which is why we have a revenue in that first period of about 5.5. So it's a lot less, obviously. When you're looking at the whole year, it's 2.4. That first period that we're saying, well, delay charging is only 560. What it does do is, because the direct campaign's going through now, it just gives those residents more time to actually try and find their leaks as well. And just impacts on that. So we're just saying we believe at this stage the alternative recommendation is the right thing to do right now.
Okay. Although that if they found a leak, they'd get they wouldn't be charged anyway if they fixed it, right?
Correct. Yeah. If they have told us and we recognise that it's a leak, that they won't get charged. Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Aaron.
Just a couple of questions. Because if it's not brought in, there's a $2.42 million hole in the budget. Isn't water ring fenced? So we can't charge for water. So in our rates currently, every single property has an amount, and it's all different. We don't pay the same for water, but everyone pays an amount for water. Is that not ring fenced that pays for all our water infrastructure as is required by the law? So then if we bring in a charge that collects $2.42 million a year, doesn't that just drop it somewhere else in water?
It drops the general rate as opposed to.
So why do we rate separate for water if that's affected
Aaron,
by the general rate?
I think
Sorry?
it was made clear that this was a decision that was made in the long-term plan. We're discussing an amendment which would delay its introduction. The financial impact of delaying the introduction would be to have to find another 0.41% to spread across everyone's rates. So this is targeted.
So my question is water not ring fenced? Because you can't charge for water, you can only charge for the delivery
charge is the excess water charge is about the impact on infrastructure. It was the whole point of the presentation and the whole point of the discussion we had during the long-term plan. I think you need to understand the decision we made in the long-term plan first. So perhaps
there's a lot of those I don't understand, but the
No, seriously.
Yeah.
If staff could just quickly explain the long-term plan provision on excess water charges and the impact of delaying it for a year.
Yeah, if we delayed excess water for a year, that would increase the targeted rate for water, and that is paid by people who are connected, or if you have water pipes running past, just the normal water targeted rate would go up.
For everyone.
Correct.
For everyone.
For everyone.
So does that answer your question?
So then the water is ring fenced is the answer?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, yes, it is. Yeah.
So by bringing this in, other people are getting a reduction in their water.
That's correct.
It's already.
Okay. Okay. So that's all. That's the question. Thanks, Sarah. That's very helpful. And then, but then, if behaviour changes, which is the goal we're after, if everyone plays by the rules and doesn't use excess water, where does the 2.4 million come from?
So the behaviour change is for most people. So there'll be two changes. One is that people will have an incentive to find and fix leaks, and that will go across everybody. At the moment, no such incentive exists. If you've got a small leak, it's cheaper and more economic for you to not fix it, because there's no driver to fix it. Once this comes in, there will be a driver to fix it, and the fact that we're reading the meters quarterly instead of every 2 years means that we're finding more. The second behaviour change is around whether or not you use so much water outside. Some people will make that change. We expect most to. Some people will choose to continue to irrigate, and they will pay the excess charge. So what we've done in terms of estimating the revenue coming in is we've estimated how much we'll see a behaviour change and how many people will continue to use that water, and then we've estimated the revenue.
All right. So this is based on the assumptions made on how many people will
That's
change.
true. So we've discounted it for the behaviour change, and we've also estimated the operational savings that we'll get if we manage that peak demand. So we'll get operational savings across energy, but also across contractors and staff not having to race around every time we get 3 or 4 hot days in a row and get all of those pump stations running, all of the chlorine dosing systems up and running, and all of the wells open and working. So there's some operational savings in there as well as the revenue.
Okay, and just finally, because most of this hasn't been in the public, but the one complaint the public have about this is fix your own leaks. How much are we leaking a day now as opposed to in the past?
So we have, as you know, an increased capital program, and we've got a big focus on renewals in the water supply sector, and that will get on top of our own leaks. And we've also got a very focused program with our major maintenance contractor to get onto leaks at Toby's, which are very visible, and we've had quite a few of those over the past 2 or 3 years. And what we've done, instead of going back and repairing those 3 or 4 times, is we've got a big replacement program. So people are getting a new meter and a new connection assembly at their boundary, which is reducing those leaks as well. So there's quite a focus on leaks across the network.
But our
side and the other side.
But our numbers down.
Our number will start to trend down as those renewals roll out across the city, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew.
Thank you. So given that we've been advised that the majority of the revenue that comes in from this, or the majority of the billing, will be over the summer months as people are watering gardens, filling swimming pools, the $567,000 with a rates impact of 0.08% in the alternative recommendation, what is that made up of? Like, what are people doing to end up being charged to that degree in what are definitely not summer months? In fact, some of the months of the year when people would be doing least gardening, July, August, September, and I doubt people are using outdoor swimming pools at that time either.
Some of that will be some of that will be leaks that people have not got onto and have not repaired and have not told us about. So they will be charged for those. And some of them will be people who just have high use because they've got spa pools or swimming pools that they keep using through those cooler months. And some of them will be very large properties. So there are some very large properties, for example, where you've got essentially boarding houses, but they're residentially zoned rather than commercially zoned, and they do use a lot of water. So there are, for example, there's a large property, it's actually across on Banks Peninsula, that's got 4 households on it, but it's 1 rating unit, and they use a lot of water.
So the leaks, and clearly we've had some communications from people with leaks, and there have been some interventions already. Are they likely, thinking of the communications that we receive and the work we've already done, to be people that didn't know this was coming and have been caught out, or people that know that they've got leaks or could or should have known they've got leaks and just didn't bother to do anything?
They're people who have major leaks that are between the connection and the house, so they're leaking before the water gets to the house, and because they're on freely draining soils, there's not even a green spot in the garden, so they did not know they had that leak, and they're major leaks. However, there's also people who have minor leaks or minor water wastage in their house, like a running toilet system, and those people will start to see the impact of that as they go and have a look on the water reporter and see that their use is much higher than average, and they'll go and look for it and find it. So there's the major leaks where they're leaking several thousand litres per day, and then there's minor ones where I'm a couple of 100 litres higher than the average household. Why is that?
So educating people and driving them to the water reporter is the way that they can find out about that before they find out by getting a bill.
That's right.
But we are in direct communication with them as well, with a group of them as well. So we've got rolling communication going out to people as they come up as high users.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just pick up on that education moment, and given that we're live streamed and that we're during our annual plan, could you tell everyone how you can find out if you've got a leak on your property, one of those excessive leaks? How do you find out? How can you tell? You're not going to look at the ground, so just tell me how.
So they can either go on the water reporter tool straight onto the website and see their water use over the last few months and couple of years.
This is somebody who's done that and they know, oh my God, I've got a leak. How do you confirm that?
How do you find the leak?
Yeah, no, how do you confirm it? Don't you switch something off overnight and have a look, do the readings? Isn't that right?
Well, or go and read your water meter. Go and read your water meter.
Yep.
Don't use any water overnight, and then go and read it again in the morning.
Right.
And you'll see it ticking over.
Right. So that's the answer to that question: is that you literally read it before you go to bed at night, and then get up in the morning before you flush the loo, and bolt to gate. Read it again and then you know that if there's been a substantial amount of water used overnight, you actually know that you've got a leak. So that, I think that's worth repeating for people, because, you know, and we've got a public teaching opportunity here, and you know, how to find a leak. It's just, you know, one of the things that mayors like to know.
Yeah.
So I've got Yanni.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry, I had Jimmy first. Jimmy.
Thank you. Quickly, there are 3 questions. The first one, I remember back to the last year long-term plan discussion, staff particularly mentioned, you know, those excess water use, the average about the 20% above is the 700 liter per day. But now, practical the figure feedback, you know, actually if over the 700 liter per day per household, actually is in citywide 33.6%. But even some other areas more, some other slightly lower. But now it looks like 900 liters per day, you know, then citywide is 21.6%. So I just want to know from now on whether the 900 liters per day, there is a serious hole. If more than 900, that's excess water charge, or still back to the 700 liters.
So the targeted rate kicks in at 700 litres per day. So if your water use on average is over 700 litres per day, you're liable to get a charge. However, if in the quarter that you're being charged for, you don't go over 900 litres per day, then you will not be invoiced, because the amount would be less than $25, and it's not economic to collect less than $25. So in practice, the charge, the allowance becomes around 900 litres per day. However, if you use 1,000 litres per day, you'll be charged for the units over 700. So it goes back to 700 for the charge. And the amounts, so you know, approximately 20% of the city estimated to be over the 700. When we estimated that, we took into account behaviour change. So we expect people to change their behaviour once excess charging comes in, and those people who are just on the edge to go, ooh, okay, I just have to be a little bit more careful, and it drops them under. So when we estimated those amounts, we took into account that people would go out and fix leaks, find the leaks and fix them, and that they would be more careful with water around the home. So while last summer, approximately 30% are above that 700 litres, we expect this summer, once the charges are in place, that will drop to 20% or perhaps even fewer.
Question is if these are 2 options, you know, one option defer for 1 year, the other option defer for the half a year. But if we calculate, take into account those amount of excess water, because the first one, because there's a whole year, you know, delay. So the calculate the figure. Second one is half a year, but those half a year particular focus on the last 3 months from October to December. There is between the more springtime and the summertime. There probably is more, you know, average more water use. So I just don't know these 2 different season or timing, how to calculate those extra water use. So is average or not?
So the calculation of those usages over the summer period, and then the estimated charges and impact on revenue, is not an exact science. So we can only estimate how much people will change their behaviour, as we can only estimate how hot this particular summer will be. So the water use over the summer is directly in proportion to how hot and how dry it is. That is the main driver of water use over the summer. So all of those numbers that we've given you are our best estimate.
Last question is regarding to the per household. You know, if the number of people over the 8 people, you know, then they probably can consider the kind of exemption. But my question is, how to give the evidence. They just talk to us honestly, or whether have a staff will check whether it's over the number 8. And also some people I heard they talk to me, why it's not 7 or 6? Why it's has to be the 8? So how do we to set up this number 8 per household?
So we don't have exact information on household size and the corresponding water use here in Christchurch, but we do have very good information from Auckland because Watercare have been using volumetric charging for a number of years, and they've done a number of surveys across Auckland. So that's where we got the estimate for the household size of 8, and that 700 litres is sufficient for ordinary use. And in fact, given that it's now effectively 900 litres per day, that is sufficient for ordinary household use.
Okay, thank you.
Yanni.
Thank you. Just wanted to check 2 things. One, when will, of the eligible meters that we know of, when will they have 4 quarterly readings so that they can see how much water they've used per quarter? When will we get to 100% of households that we're currently reading, because we know that they have a meter, being able to see what their full year's usage is?
It's increasing with time, but I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I haven't got someone from my water services unit here with me today, but we are improving the read numbers every round. So at the moment, we're not getting every meter every quarter. However, we're improving every round. So the monthly rounds are improving all of the time, and we're certainly focusing on those single households as a high priority.
Okay. Just, do we have any sense of the new entities that are being proposed by government around what they're going to do in the water charging space, or is that still unknown?
No, that's still open. So the Water Services Entity Bill doesn't specify charging, and all of the earlier information around water reform has left it open how the charging would be carried out.
Okay. And have we seen any? I mean, I know there's been a lot of papers and discussion around the new entities and the new regulator. Have we seen anything that would suggest that there's an incentive to promote water conservation or water use reduction in any of those documents?
No, but I would expect it to come through because Te Mana o Te Wai undermines a lot of the new legislation, and the principle of looking after water as a resource will certainly go through all of those water services entity as principle.
Right, okay. And sorry, final question from me was just in regards to working with Kāinga Ora. Have we done any work around engagement with Kāinga Ora?
Yes, we have.
And is there any sort of update on where we've got to or what we're doing?
We are working with Kāinga Ora on their properties. They are aware of the properties that have been leaking significantly, and their asset managers are going out and working with their customers.
Cool, thanks.
Yep, just a question.
I've got Anne Galloway.
Thank you for all this very good information. It is excellent to have it in a public setting so that people can be reminded of why we're doing this. One of the criticisms I hear is that we want behaviour change in our residents, but are we as a council, as an organisation, are we also changing our behaviour in terms of wasting water? Sometimes people see sports fields, for example, being watered when perhaps they don't need to be. It would be good to know what changes, what we're doing as an organisation to make sure we're not wasting water.
So Three Waters as a unit has worked very closely with our friends in parks and recreation, and we do have a very good understanding with them around water use. So there's a couple of things. So they have a lot of their fields on automatic watering, and they're looking at responding to watering by need. So there's sensors and things going in and ensuring that they only water their fields when they need to. And some of their fields are quite specialist, and they do need to water them to keep the playing surfaces in good condition for sports. So we're not undermining that. It's also worth noting that a lot of our larger parks and recreational facilities have their own bores, so they're not using the old town supply, if you like. So they're not having an impact on our water.
I think that's quite worthy of sort of kind of noting. I was just asking a question whether you had that slide that sort of kind of showed the breakdown of the. I'm struggling to remember what we've dealt with, and by way of update for the plan and what we dealt with in the long-term plan, but just a breakdown of the different areas of Christchurch that are, that are coming under the, that are identified as coming under the excess water charging regime. But I'll leave you to find that. Who had their hand up here? Celeste.
I think in terms of parts of the city that are more affected than others, it's the people who are more likely to get an excess water use charge are people who are on large sections. So that's the highest correlation that we can see. So having a large section has a much, much bigger impact than having a large family, in fact. So it's that water use over the summer that is the issue for our network. That is the hard thing. So, and it's clear to see when you look at the statistics for the average household, the patterns of winter and summer use. So people on small sections, or people with no sections at all, so they're in multi-unit developments, their water use is consistent, summer and winter. But people on large sections where they are irrigating, you see this massive increase between the summer and the winter.
Celeste.
A couple of quick questions. In terms of identifying leaks on, council infrastructure, would this be a way forward for kind of more effectively targeting areas that have suffered earthquake damage? Is that sort of a potential benefit? I'm thinking particularly in the east where there might be unidentified leaks on public.
So ironically, the east is in better condition than some parts of the west because they did have massive earthquake damage, and there's a lot of new infrastructure in the east. For example, the pump stations are all brand new out there, and a lot of the mains have been completely replaced. However, yes, we do target the older and poorer condition mains first, and that does make a big difference to the leaks.
And the second quick question is there consideration of other ways to support water saving initiatives in addition to this scheme? So
Yes, we run water conservation campaigns every year and run awareness campaigns and education campaigns every year. And anybody who lives on Banks Peninsula will also be familiar with water restrictions. So we often have to have water restrictions for our Banks Peninsula communities where they don't have the abundant resource of the aquifers that we have here in Christchurch. So for Akaroa, for example, is often has restrictions because we have those smaller stream water supplies.
And just a quick follow-up to that, I was also thinking about sort of subsidies for people that are looking at implementing water-saving initiatives in terms of sort of within the community or within their.
Did you get into Mega High, William? Did you get?
Yeah. Lynette, that was it.
That's how to scope.
I don't know. Was that a point of order?
We haven't done any work directly on whether or not we would subsidise water saving initiatives, and such as having rainwater tanks outside or dual flush cisterns or low flow shower heads. But that is something that we could look at in the future. But for the excess water use, it's the target really is summer use outside of the house. Standard use is not a challenge for us.
Yeah, this has sparked quite a bit of a conversation about those, water tanks and things like that. And I'm wondering whether, as part of, having raised the issue, some work could be done on things like, consenting requirements. Could we minimise consenting requirements around what goes in? Could we provide people with access to some advice? People tell me that the market's quite you know, sort of, it's a commercial market, and it's hard to tell what's on offer, you know, in terms of, you know, your requirements and, you know, what you can and can't do. I almost wonder whether it's worthwhile as part of this to show that this is all part of an initiative to change behaviour and to support, you know, our precious resources, but also to not require the increase of our infrastructure spend beyond what would be required if we manage demand. Yeah.
So we do have some work underway. It's more connected with the stormwater consent actually, and Councillor Johansson has talked about this before.
Yep.
So we do have some work underway with the Community Water Partnership to get some better educational materials and information out there for people about how to put in rainwater tanks, and that helps us with stormwater runoff, of course, as well as helping people having a resource for garden watering. So yes, we are doing some work in that space already.
Well, I'd like you to look at the consenting requirements as well, because obviously we have a role to play. I think we permit one tank.
There's a permitted activity, yes.
And then there's there are issues around you know, bypass to stormwater and all of those issues. So there's quite technical issues that sit in behind it. So that would be worthwhile, be a good outcome. Celeste.
I just have one further follow-up. I know that we have a eco advisor, I'm not sure the term, for making houses warm and dry. Would that cover this? If people
Yes, it
wanted
would.
advice?
Yes, so the sustainability advisor in the building consenting area, yes.
Yep. Phil, Major.
Hi, thanks, Helen. Is the, going forward, is the 700 litres a la the 900 litres, is that totally set in concrete? Do we know, are we going to maybe reevaluate it one day if we realise we may have underestimated or overestimated? Is it actually set there, or just because Auckland say they use 700 litres a day or whatever, does it mean to say that some of our areas on the east or whatever, we might be able to sort of play with the numbers a bit going forward? I'm talking about in a year's time. Just there'll be history then, because at the moment we haven't got history, have we?
So yes, we can look at that 700 litres in the future. At the moment, it looks that at least 70% of people are under that at the moment, and we expect, as I say, over the summer, we expect that to drop further. That people will be a little more careful, and of course every day we're seeing leaks being fixed, so that will drop the average use as well.
Sarah and then Pauline.
Thanks. I remember the last couple of summers when we've been doing a lot of the repair work that's been needed to getting for water exemption, all of those kind of things. Some of that work's had to be deferred or delayed over summer when we've had really high usage. Is you expecting that to happen again this summer if we stick with the high usage?
So in Three Waters, we talk about the winter window for water supply work. And yes, we try and not do any work on our water supply network over the summer because we need all of the infrastructure up and running. And we don't want to take a pump station out to do work on it because another pump station could have some sort of mechanical issue, and that would leave us in trouble in that water zone within the city. So we do try and program most of our major infrastructure works in the wintertime, and we would continue to do that. So we still expect to see an increase in summer demand. We don't think this will stop. But what we want to do is stop the excessive end of that, if you like.
Thanks.
Pauline.
It's just a comment, Leanne, that the whole discussion came up in the Climate Change Working Group yesterday, and the government is currently reviewing the Building Act, so there may be an opportunity for us to feed in something about tanks into our submission on the Building Act to require them. So there is work going on about that.
All right, Sam.
Just one quick question around the wording and the advice. Should that say, because it's got result in a revenue drop of 2.4 mil, just so I'm clear, is that net revenue or gross?
Gross, because the cost will still continue, because we will still, if you delay it, we will still be doing the readings.
Yeah, but what I got though, just from what Helen was saying, was around there was additional operational savings to be gained from it. So I'm just wondering where they sit. That's why I asked net or
Does
gross.
that include the OPEX? So we have some OPEX savings for energy.
Yeah.
And they may be built into that.
Okay. I'm not too sure. I don't have the answer to that. I have to come
Can
back
we come back. I'm just going to call a break before we go into the debate on this, so that we can, refuel. And I'll. So, if there are any other questions.
The process is a bit unclear because we're moving and seconding, but then we're talking about this one in great detail, but we haven't debated the first lot.
We're going to debate all of them
as one lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, so there will be an opportunity to talk through the other ones, but look, I'm going to adjourn the meeting now anyway. But we'll come back and I'll ask are there questions on any of the other amendments for staff based on the advice that they've given us. But I think that the reason that I've allowed a significant amount of time for this one is that there has been a lot of public commentary on it, which actually hasn't been unhelpful in reminding people that we decided that there would be an excess water charge in the long-term plan. So it has been very helpful to focus people's attention regardless of the outcome of the vote. So, so that's been a good thing. That's why it's taken up so much time. But I do want to adjourn the meeting, and I will adjourn it until 22:12. So I'll adjourn the meeting until 20:12. We'll come back with the answer to Sam's question, ask if there's any additional questions on other issues that we're dealing with in the environment section, and then we'll move to debating it. Okay. Did you have an answer for Sam's question? I know he's not here, but he'll catch up when he gets back.
Yes, we do. Looking at the numbers, so there is an extra reduced pumping OPEX of 50,000 in the first year. And that wasn't included. We just added back the revenue. So essentially it would be adding another 50K back for year one if we delay to the further year. But there will also be, so that's at 0.01, right? So the point, I think we had it at 0.4, didn't we? 0.41.
0.41, so it would go to 0.4.
0.42, other way round.
0.42.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, but the other impact of that is in regards to an impact on levels of service, which I will just hand over to Helen to explain.
So one of the consequences of the very high summer demand is in those high summer demand periods. I mentioned we have to run every well and every pump station, and that does tie up staff and contractors in terms of maintaining those pump stations, particularly maintaining the chlorine dose and the sampling that's required, the monitoring of those pump stations when they're operating. And that does mean that we slow down in our response to other water service requests. So people start to see that we're a bit slower responding to minor leaks. We're still straight on to major leaks and breaks, but we are a bit slower responding to minor leaks, and we're also a bit slower responding to new connections and other requests across the network that we can put off. There is a little bit of this, there's some operational efficiencies in here that aren't reflected in the finances but are reflected in the services that we offer.
Okay. So were there any other issues that people wanted to raise on the other ones, which are the Mayor's recommendations, organics processing plant, which is now being resolved by way of a noting provision, waterways quality and compliance, Takapuneki Reserve, Coronation Reserve, and the other amendments, the adult playground, Templeton playground renewal, waterways quality, tree canopy. Are there any questions on any of those? Melanie?
I'm looking at A8, the community services card. I wanted to understand why it would cost...
Sorry, what are you doing?
Oh, we're not on that. Okay.
Not there yet.
Sorry. Okay, all right. So we've got the amendment in the name of two councillors who are not in the room. This is really unhelpful. Well, the trouble is that can we deal? Oh, I don't know.
Well, could we move the others? And
I'm not going to have a separate debate. Thank you. Someone's gone to get them. Look, can I just? This is slightly caught me unawares. So, can I just leave that sitting there at the moment? Can I just go to? Oh no, there's nothing. Oh yes, there is. The noting provisions. I don't know what to do. Sorry. Look, I'm just going to adjourn the meeting until they're here. This is ridiculous.
I've told the rest.
The two councillors that came back late has held up the meeting. We've dealt with the answer to the question that was asked prior to the meeting, and we have asked if there are additional questions on other matters, and there isn't. So we are about to move into the debate. The reason I wanted everyone in the room that had moved and seconded recommendations was so that we could proceed to debate. So I'll open the debate with the recommendations that we are considering here. So the recommendations that are in front of us are because we have listened to the community that has made submissions to our annual plan. We have looked to and found the funding that is required in order to remove the tailings from the organics processing plant, and that is being done through operating surplus and through funding from within existing budget. And that is enabling that to proceed without amending the annual plan. So although it's written originally in the paper as a recommendation, it is being dealt with as a noting provision that the resources have been found in order to achieve that. We are increasing funding for flood protection and control works by $250,000. There is an amendment in front of us today that suggests lifting that to $300,000. The advice, though, that we have from staff is that the $250,000 will enable the work that needs to be done, and we don't need to increase the amount to $300,000 in the annual plan. This can be reviewed in next year's annual plan. It can be looked at in the long-term plan. The focus on flood protection and control is going to be an issue for this council for a long time into the future. Takapuneki Reserve. This is an important partnership that we have entered into with Onoko Marae, the Runanga out there, and they are welcoming us to Takapuneki on Friday, which is of course the first public holiday designated to celebrate Matariki, an important time of the year. And it's an important time of the year the world over. And it's been interesting reading the history of Matariki and also the star cluster that it represents, and all of the different names that are given to it all around the world by Indigenous people, and actually dating back into Greek mythology is where it begins, the story begins. And every grouping of Indigenous people around the world that have looked to the skies have found different names and different narratives to fit it in with their worldview. So it's been a fascinating thing. Takapuneki Reserve is an important part of the history of our country from European settlement. So yes, it has a prior history, but the travesty and betrayal that was represented by the massacre that occurred in this area, creating Wahitapu and a very special place for people. But ultimately that massacre led to a sequence of events that led to the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi in New Zealand. So it's an important part of our history, our bicultural history as a nation. And this is an important continuation of the work that we will see unveiled on Friday. Coronation Reserve is again a development that's operating within one of the wards of this wonderful council that I can't recall off the top of my head as I'm just speaking to the amendments. The last thing that I want to mention is the excess water deferral amendments, and I'm grateful that staff have come up with an alternative that would enable those that would like to see a little bit more time spent on notifying people of the changes prior to them being collected by way of the billing regime. I think that the questions today have really focused our attention on why we did this in the first place, why as part of the long-term plan we actually said that it was really important that people understood what their water usage was in order to take the pressure off the infrastructure over the summer period And that is the reason for it, not for the financial side of things. And it would take a very good case to be made for it not to proceed. So we will see how that proceeds, but I think it's important to remember that if it doesn't proceed, then the cost is borne by everyone, including those who've actually gone out of their way to make sure that the system is working and that leaks have been fixed. Right, so would anyone else like to contribute to the debate, or shall I just go through the amendments? Sarah.
No, thanks for that. As staff said earlier, the long-term plan was a huge amount of work, huge number of workshops, an enormous amount of consultation, really widely canvassed across the city, and a lot of work done at that time. And the annual plan was supposed to be a light touch. And so, and it wasn't supposed to be a relitigation of everything that we'd already done in the long-term plan. I'm in favour of the Mayor's recommendations. They're things that have come through the submissions process and other things that we've seen that are supported by staff, and there's been guidance given that they should be Mayor's recommendations. So I'm really happy for those to go through. They make sense, and they only have a really minor impact on what was the original draft. However, I'm not going to be voting in favour of the other amendments today. Staff advice is pretty clear on those, and I'm really not keen to see staff where the organisation is really, really stretched already, loaded up with things that they can't deliver, and so we'd be rating for unnecessarily, and so I won't be supporting those today. As our summers become warmer, pressure on our system and our water systems become much higher, and so I won't be, the only one I'm really going to speak to specifically is the water excess charges. And there's increased costs and a struggle to meet levels of service when it comes to fixing leaks and those kind of things. And so the excess water charges are essential. It's really important that we put them in as we had already planned on the 1st of July. We have consulted on this twice, and both times it was well supported by the community. So we consulted on this in 2020 with the annual plan, again in the long-term plan with much more detail. We didn't consult on it this time, and there were 9 submissions. So I'm really not sure why we're spending so much council staff and elected member time relitigating it a third time. The submissions in the past were supportive. A delay in the implementation increases rates to all for the benefit of a few high users. And I don't think that that's fair on our communities. A 0.41 rates increase that will reduce our levels of service over summer, that will stop people conserving water when they should be in our warmer summers is really not on. I'd urge people to vote against the deferment at all of the excess water charges and to go ahead as planned. Thanks.
Pauline?
Yeah, thank you. I support all the other your recommendations, and I'd just like to speak against the elected member amendment to the already decided and agreed on excess water charge deferral. And we have to actually emphasise this is excess water. It's not a water charge, it's excess water. And it's been outlined very clearly today how important it is that staff are given the ability to work on our infrastructure in the hot summer months when they can't do it at the moment because the pump stations are running flat out all the time. We're asking them to deliver our drinking water improvement program. We know we're going to apply for an exemption for our chlorine. It's still going to be difficult to get, but our infrastructure improvement program is part of that. If it slows down the program by not being able to work on this in the summer, then it's going to be to the detriment of our city. We've already tweaked it. The allowance, I think, is around $450 a day per household. That was for 6 people or more or less. Now it's 8 people. 8 people, you won't be charged anything. You won't be charged until you use 700, average of 700 litres a day over 3 months. If that is the case and you use up to 900, you still won't be charged. You'll get a bill to tell you you're using too much, but there'll be no charge because it's $25 and it's not worth charging for that. So in actual fact, The allowance is now double what is the average expected daily use. So we've got to stop the fear tactics here. Most people won't get a charge. And one of the benefits of this is actually helping people to find their leaks. People don't really want to be leaking water. Most people want this because we need to conserve water. We need to protect our infrastructure. So I have confidence in staff that if come July, August, September, October, someone gets a bill that shows that they have a leak, they will be given the opportunity to fix that without being charged. That is the idea here, to actually end up with better infrastructure. Everyone has better infrastructure. So the ultimate goal here is a good one, and it's the right thing to do, and I think we just need to be brave and do it. So I don't support the amendment or the foreshadowed amendment.
James?
Thanks. Look, I'll keep this relatively brief, and I just wanted to speak to the excess water charging. Look, I'm happy to second deferral around that, and I'm not doing so because I don't think that the excess water charging is a fair policy. I don't think it's a fair policy. However, I don't intend to relitigate that there. I think that's been well traversed. We did that in the LTP, and that was the time for it. The reason why I'm supportive of deferring it fundamentally is that I question the readiness of the city for it to be implemented at this point in time. You know, too many meters have yet to be installed, replaced, or repaired. So I fundamentally don't have the confidence that it can be universally applied fairly. So would favour that it be rolled out and considered in the next annual plan.
Sam?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like James, we're happy to move the amendment which looks at deferring it for the year. And I think if you look at it, you know, the circumstances have changed. So when we went through the LTP, we didn't know that the water reforms were being mandated. But let's be very clear, this is a step in the direction of volumetric charging right across the city. So people can say it's scare tactics and the like, but I think moving to this is enabling a system which will fundamentally alter the makeup of what we know as the Garden City. And I think when we talk about the infrastructure, when we talk about behaviour change, we're saying actually our infrastructure isn't up to handle the water. So why would we move the goalposts and say, well, actually, let's not fix our problem. Let's say that's everyone else's problem, and then reduce our sort of, I guess, value in the infrastructure we have. So I'm just not sure we're going about this the right way. And I think that I can't reconcile in my mind how, if we aren't doing something properly, we say we need to force behaviour change on people and then charge them for doing so. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I think, you know, it's a really good debate to have today, particularly in an election year as well, because the people of Christchurch will really, I guess, begin to understand whether people will force decisions on them or actually listen to what they want. And I don't, for a moment, think that we should change the composition of what we know as the Garden City.
Anne?
Yeah, kia ora. I will be supporting the Mayor's recommendations, but like Sarah and Pauline, I won't be supporting any changes to the water excess water charging agreement. Sorry. I'm interested that, and the reason is because we've done an enormous amount of work to get this to this point. There have been many briefings, many workshops. There's been communication, ongoing communication. It's been adapted to make sure that people have got the information. We've heard through submissions, through all sorts of things that you know. We're okay with this. This is a good thing to be doing. It's a good thing to be doing for our water, our environment, for our future. It's a good thing to be doing for many reasons. And but also I won't be supporting any amendments to this because in principle, having done all this work and to have had people who sometimes perhaps haven't been at briefings to then at the last minute bring changes to something that has been worked on for a lot of time by a lot of people is a bit disrespectful. So I won't be supporting that today. I'm also interested that those who have historically perhaps fought for lower rates are supporting something that will mean an increase. So so I will not be supporting any amendments to a change in the excess water policy.
Andrew.
Thank you. Again, on the water charging, I note the communications plan, and I thank staff for the presentation that certainly clarified a lot of the matters around the discussion that's taking place today. In particular, I note the need for, or the proposal for further communications, the intention for further communications in August and September. And I'm guessing that those communications are not gratuitous. They're going out because there's a need for them. And I note that August and September come after the 1st of July. Clearly, there's a lot of interest and engagement in this matter. Interest and engagement's ramping up, and I'm sure today's meeting will contribute to that as well. I hope that it will. The intention to start charging in the near future is what's driving that interest and engagement, starting to drive behaviour already. I'm to some degree disappointed that this was a decision that we made in the long-term plan last year based on the need to reduce demand on the network and therefore to reduce unnecessary investment in the network by reducing the volume of water needing to go through the network at peak times. We're now having a conversation that to some degree is driven by revenue considerations, when this was never intended to be a revenue generator. It was intended to be a change agent for behaviour. So I'm fully focused on the reasons we did this in the first place, to reduce peak time demand on the network. I would far rather that we were driving people to the water reporter and the tools available to better understand their behaviour and their situation, rather than driving a negative reaction to a bill that they get unexpectedly. And that was the reason for the very direct question that I asked. So all of this leads me to supporting the foreshadowed amendment, which would see billing take place on supplies from the beginning of October. I understand and respect the principled approach that others have talked about. This same council made a decision in the long-term plan, and a principled approach says that we would stick by that decision. There's quite a bit happened since then that's affected our ability to communicate and do things in the way that we might have anticipated. We've had 25% of the staff of the organisation off with COVID and isolating and so on, which has affected our ability to do some of this. If there's a need for communications in September and October, in August and September, let's do that. Let's then implement from the beginning of October, do it once, do it well, and do it with the confidence that we're getting this right and people really do understand it.
Jimmy, Chen and...
Okay. First, regarding to A2, just quickly, regarding the temporary playground. When I raised this amendment to the council table, I'm very happy. Quickly, the following week, the staff of the parks, the community park rangers engaged with me. They thought that's very, very crucial to engage with the local community. The short term, they can fully understand whether council short term provide those service is sufficient or not, like a picnic, benches, the nature play, locks. And the long term, because this one put on the financial year 2026, but not any figure, only the pool combined with some other the kind of playground. But how do they know, what the community needs, etc. So the community, the park ranger, he's willing to, to like to have discussion with those local communities. So I'm happy, and also now they have make appointment. The next time they will engage with them, have a meeting. That's one. Second one, regarding to A4, the tree canopy, the one. Because why I like to the second one, because we are all aware, the compared to the major city, the Auckland and the Wellington, all the tree, the canopy, the cover is the lowest one. Even last time between the 3 years time, we still dropped for 2%. Those the tree canopy, the cover. So it's quite a serious. Right? We always mention, we are the garden city. If a garden city should be more tree planting reserve, but why we have this one? But my understanding, the officer mentioned, now they are almost will be finished presented to the council meeting regarding to the urban forest, the plan, etc. But we still don't know. And also particular implementation of this plan is very, very crucial. Whether the current is, I'm not sure, it's 1 million or how much. Whether can implement this the kind of the plan. I still lost the confidence. So that's why I would like to second. But regarding to the A4, the excess water deferred, we are all aware, the purpose of excess water, the use charge, is for the water consultation, is rather than to charge the extra water use. That we need to know this actually is water consultation. However, over the last year, still quite a few people, they didn't receive, if they over the 700 meters. And that's a 33.6% of people, Christchurch, they didn't receive this fund. Even the 900 liters, over 900.
Thank you.
But still don't know. So we need to strengthen those communication. And also, I was told by the officer, probably next week they will send the letter to the.
Thank you.
Still take a time, So that's why this time.
Jimmy,
Okay, time out. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Melanie.
I hope everyone will support the amendment for the adult playground today. This one was brought to our community board by Carolyn Potter, our chair, and even made it onto the news. We would like to start progressing this, and our board is obviously in support of this because it's in our community board plan, so it's a priority for our board. Waterways quality, we were recommended originally that $500,000 would be a good amount to spend on flood protection and works to prevent sediment going into the Heathcote River to protect our waterways. So that's why Councillor Scandrett and I are proposing to increase that by just $50,000 to up to $300,000. I think it's perfectly reasonable. And then in regards to excess water, to me, there's really no logical reason to defer this. We've already been through this process and it was supported by a majority last time we looked at this, and I cannot see how anyone has actually changed their position on this in terms of the public. Anyone not supporting moving on with this immediately doesn't support behaviour change, in my opinion. And they also don't support the fixing of infrastructure, which currently is really only possible properly during the winter months. It's not acceptable. Listen to the people. The majority are in support of encouraging those who use excess water to decrease their usage and to think about basically what they're doing. There was an article in the press just 6 days ago. The majority of the comments, which there were very few, were actually in support of just continuing with this. People want, one of the comments says to stop the political posturing, reasonable use will not be impacting, and why are people who are acting reasonably expected to pay for those acting unreasonably? And that's a very excellent question.
Aaron?
Why are those acting reasonably being expected to pay for those acting unreasonably? Because those that are, in brackets, acting unreasonably are already paying up to 20 times more for water and will get the same allocation as those that are acting reasonably. On this one, Christchurch City Council is wrong because the majority in New Zealand that charge do so volumetrically. They don't charge on capital value, then bring in an excess water charge. This is just doesn't sit right with me. If we were going to do volumetric charging, happy to do that. So we'll all pay for the amount of water we use, and everyone's behaviour will be based on how much they will be paying at their own house. That will have a better effect on lowering the amount of water because people in Auckland use half the amount of water that people in Christchurch do. They volumetric charge. So to do it this way is just punishing a few who are already paying, most of them, are already paying way more for their water. So let's not dress it up as anything that it's not. It's just straight out wrong. And if Three Waters is shoved down our throats, like most of us think that it will be, then we will go to volumetric charging in New Zealand. And if we go to that, your bill will be another $1,600 a year anyway, and your rates won't be coming down. Or even though under this, your rates will be coming down. So I will be looking at people's rates from this month, and then in 3 to 4 months' time, once this goes through, because it's obvious it will, I'll look and see how much their water has dropped and see if there's any misinformation in that or whether it was accurate. The Other ones I'll just quickly mention is the adult playground. Got one in my ward. It's in Bishopdale. Come down and have a look before you vote on this. No one uses it. There's a whole lot of playground equipment, really good nick. It's just not used. An adult playground sounds cool, but they can go to every other playground and use the stuff. What about disability playgrounds? They are sorely lacking across the city. So adults can exercise in all sorts of ways, and you can actually go online and look at ways to exercise without even needing any equipment at all. And so I suggest that it's just not needed, and it's a waste of money, and no one will turn up and use it. But beyond that, and there's a great one around Higley Park as well. It's used sometimes. And then on the thing of behaviour change, I'm not in favour of behaviour change. I believe councils are here to facilitate how our society wants to live, and we should facilitate that as efficiently as possible in the best way for the environment and for the budget, not dictate to people how we think they should live based on our own ideologies. We're facilitators, not dictators, but sometimes the opposite prevails.
Right.
Kia ora. Look, councillors can put their own spin on, why we should defer this, but like this didn't just come at the long-term plan; it was also at the annual plan beforehand. Once again, that was supported, by the community, and although it didn't pass that time, the excess water charges was supported by councillors Chu, Goff, Kua, McDonald, and Major. What we did do from that is do a resolution to ensure that we'd relook at it in the long-term plan, ensure that equity and fairness was actually included. From what I can see, the main difference now between that water excess charge and this one is the fact that equity and fairness are now included, with the advantage that higher valued homes receiving a higher allowance has been removed. With that vote this time, councillors Chu, Goff, Kua, McDonald, Major voted against, and now they're trying to defer this when we know that 4% are using 23% of the water and the top 20% are using 53% of the water. This creates huge problems during peak summer demand. It increases the operational costs and actually puts at risk firefighting capacity. The evidence shows from actually the communications that we've had so far that we are seeing people change the way they use water and also fix leaks, and we also know that the ongoing communication will ensure that everyone that will receive a bill will know about it before it happens. It is actually unfair on households that use water responsibly to have to cover the additional costs of those that do not. Council is also not forcing behaviour change. People can choose to use more water and pay their fair share for the impacts of their high use. I won't be supporting those amendments or any amendments proposed by councillors. I believe as a council we've actually worked really well to get the rates, actually reduce the rates from what we went out with and also what was in the long-term plan to 4.56, and I think actually in this rising cost environment to be able to stick to that would be a really good effort. It concerns me the amount of amendments that we are seeing in front of us today and actually what that will have on the final rates that may be struck. In fact, I'm really concerned actually about some of the people that are putting these amendments up, especially when you look at the 0.41% rates increase that deferring the excess water charges would have when they're coming from people that actually talk about rates restraint all the time. What I will be supporting though is all the Mayor's recommendations, and then we'll have to see, I think, at the end of the amendments where the rates are sitting, whether I actually will support the annual plan. Thank you.
Celeste.
While I understand the desire to push pause on any measure that may increase cost for some residents, this is an easy position to take in an election year. We have to keep in mind this is a question of fairness, equity, and ensuring we're responsible stewards of this precious natural resource for future generations. It's also intended to save money, as fixing undetected water leaks means less money spent on expanding our water supply, just to cater for a small proportion of users over summer. We're doing this not because it's the easy option, but because it's the right thing to do. We know that a volumetric charge is a fairer system of allocating and charging for the maintenance of our water services. Under the current system, around 20% of residents use half the city water supply, which we all pay for, whereas this excess water charge is intended to fall on high users only. We consulted widely on this proposal, and we have already delayed the decision until we had sufficient time to work through any concerns. We're extremely fortunate in Christchurch to have a clean and high quality water supply, but for many years we've been putting off making a decision around how to make sure that we sustain this for future generations, and we all know that it's no longer sustainable. The status quo is no longer sustainable in the short term, so I won't be voting for any of the resolutions.
I think that's everything. Yanni.
Just quickly touch on the excess water charges. I support the deferral to the 1st of July next year on the very simple premise that I think if you want to create behaviour change, people need to understand what it is you're trying to achieve. And I have not been able to get with confidence the number of people that will be able to look at their meter readings on quarter by quarter for a year and look at actually what the difference is. And this was something that was raised when we first discussed this as part of that annual plan and the LTP, and I was repeatedly assured that people could get their readings, but what has become apparent through this process is that there's still a concern that there's a number of people out there who are unable to see what behaviour change is required to meet the charging that's been put in place. So I support deferring it. I appreciate the work that staff are doing to reduce the people using excess water, and I think that is a positive way forward that also needs to be looked at with those other measures that we've discussed around rainwater tanks and reuse of grey water. Just moving on, I'd really like to encourage councillors to support the tree canopy resolution. The reality is that it was clear through our tree policy hearing that the community were deeply concerned about the impact of intensification and development post-earthquake on our tree canopy. They wanted council to do more, and since that time, the central government has also made more enabling provisions around development. The problem for us is that we've declared a climate and ecological emergency in 2019, adopted an Aitutahi climate resilience strategy in 2021, applied to become a tree city of the world, and the Mayor has called for us to become a national park city. But if we believe in the value of trees, then we must commit to serious action to address the problem, because every day we leave it, more valuable trees are chopped down and our community and environment suffer. There's also an environmental inequity in that the traditional leafy suburbs of Christchurch stand out with having good tree canopy, and the areas with the least tree coverage are in the less prosperous neighbourhoods to the east of the city that were also badly affected by the Christchurch earthquakes. The urban forest plan, I was told, would be presented to us in December 2021. It wasn't. I was then told it would be presented to us on the 2nd of June 2022. It wasn't. And now we're told that it will be coming for the new council to consider. We need to act a lot quicker around protecting our trees and planting more trees. And that's why I've put this amendment forward, and I hope that you will support it. I just finally want to conclude with saying I strongly support the additional resource around waterways quality. It's really imperative that we address our urban waterways, and it is absolutely clear from the community that we need to do more around monitoring and enforcement and compliance.
Thank you. All right. Phil Major.
Thanks, guys. It's just a couple of things. Yanni brought it up. That waterways quality one, the new bylaw, which I was involved with along with Councillor Cotter and Councillor Donovan, addresses most of the problems that have been put forward here. We've brought in new bylaws for sediment control and things like that, and it more or less covers that. So I won't be supporting putting an extra $300,000 up there for that. The tree canopy one, I think we should. We do need more trees, which is great, and we should push forward and plant as soon as we can all that area of land down at the wastewater treatment plant where all the compost has gone from the OPP. We should have a bank of trees there and just get our percentage of tree cover up. It might not all be in the right places for some people, but at least it's getting something put in the ground, whereas at the moment there's nothing. There's only cows there. So, and there's a couple other things I'll be voting for or against. The water one, I tend to go along with James. We're not quite ready yet. I'd go along with what Jake has put up there as a foreshadowed motion, because we need to let people see what their rate demand says and say, right, this is how much water you use, this is what you could get done, and this is what we will bill you if you don't start playing the game. So we've got to lead them on into it. I would have actually and would have liked to have a higher number and worked our way downwards as we got people to change their the way they do things and encourage them to save water, not sort of start low and trying to nail them down to a low figure. But that's beside the point. But we do have to be bold and do something because the rest of the country is doing it. Thank you.
Tim.
Thank you. Just quickly, with regards to the water quality, it's only an extra 50,000 because staff have said it's actually already 250 in it, so it's only an extra 50. And we can have all the bylaws we want, but we must be able to affect them. And so this is what we're looking at with regards to that. With the water charge, the number one thing with the water charge, and it's a shame that it's called a water charge, because it's about respecting water. And we use a huge amount of water. We don't respect this resource, which we are very lucky to have in the quantity where we have. But it may not always be there, and we do need to respect it. And so I think it's just curving that attitude is what we've got to do. And there are some people in society, no matter what you do, what you're looking at, that actually need a stick rather than a carrot. And that's the way it is. But it's going to be a very small group, because a lot of people have got onto their leaks and want to get onto it and want to solve the problem that they have on their property. So I'm going to be supporting these, and I hope the rest of you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Well, we'll go through the amendments first. So we've got a mover and seconder for the adult playground amendment, A1A. So I will put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Hard to tell. Can we have a show of hands? Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those
and me.
And 8. Jake. And I know he's indicated his vote. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh well, 9. So that's lost. Templeton Playground renewal. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's lost. Show of hands. Yes. Those in no. Yes. No, well, I'll start with yes. So those in favour, put up your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right. Well, I didn't call that one, so that's carried.
Anyway. Just a point of clarification. Can we just get it clarified under the next one around the quantum? We heard from one of the speakers.
So the water qualities one, can we just write that the council increases the flood protection and control works by an additional $50,000 instead of, because the total, I mean, yeah. No. The 250 is in my amendments. Yeah. So my recommendations, which have been costed into the budget. This hasn't been costed into the budget and will have a budget impact. So, those in favour, well, it's probably easier just to put up your hands. So, those in favour, put up your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's lost. Tree canopy. Those in favour, put up your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's lost.
A division.
You want a division with 4 people voting in favour. Thank you. If you want to note that it was supported by councillors Johansson, Chen, Coker and Cotter. Thank you. If that could be noted in the minutes. Excess water deferral. It's probably easier to do it by way of division.
So doing A5A first, are we?
Yeah.
A5, yeah. So for A5, the mayor.
Yeah. I'd like to vote at the end.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Turner.
This is for
A5.
delay.
So I'm not in favour of the amendment, so no.
No. Councillor Chen.
Yes.
You are in favour of the amendment?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Councillor Chu. Councillor Coker. Councillor Cotter.
No.
Councillor Donovan.
No.
Councillor Davidson.
No.
Councillor Galloway.
No.
Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson.
Yes.
Councillor Keown.
Yes.
Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Major.
Yep.
Councillor McLennan.
Yes.
I think he's a bit confused.
Councillor Scandrett.
No.
And Councillor Templeton. And the mayor.
So it's equal at this stage.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No,
five,
I'm not
six,
gonna.
seven.
I'm not gonna
8
make the
for,
call.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against.
Yeah, I'm just going to abstain then. So now we move to the foreshadowed motion.
So do you want to just clarify that for anyone watching online? That means it obviously doesn't proceed.
It doesn't proceed. No.
Yeah,
But
because of
there's
the
a foreshadowed.
It's about rich people.
We don't increase the rates by 0.41.
I can go foreshadow. I can go foreshadow.
And can, I need a.
I can go
no,
foreshadow.
So clarify what the mayor's exemption means that the amendment
is
fails.
there a seconder for the foreshadowed motion?
Order, guys, order.
Andrew.
Is that what you say?
Councillors.
The mayor's extent.
I've got Andrew Turner's
I just want to be clear
seconding
that the amendment failed. Is that right?
So
Mayor's
if you put
abstention made
the
it
foreshadowed
easy that
motion
failed
in the
based on
same
deadlock.
order.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're moving on to the foreshadowed motion. It had a mover, Jake McClellan. It now has a seconder as well, Andrew Turner. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Turner.
Yes.
Councillor Chen.
Yes.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Coker. Councillor Cotter.
No.
Councillor Donovan.
No.
Councillor Davidson.
No.
Councillor Galloway.
No.
Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson. Councillor Keown. Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Major. Yes. Councillor McLennan.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
No.
Councillor Templeton. And the mayor.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against.
It's carried. Thank you. Now I'll put the recommendations. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. The total package of Mayor's recommendations as amended. The Mayor's recommendations. The original Mayor's recommendations. They not as amended. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm happy with the noting provision at the top, but
no, this is not.
M1 to M4.
You want to go through each one individually?
No, I don't. I'm just saying. I mean, even if we can just put it like I'm for M1A, which is a noting provision.
We were voting on them as a group. Do you want to go through them individually?
Well, I mean, if it's easy, just vote against. But I mean, that's a noting provision, so.
It's been moved into the noting provisions. It's not an amendment to the.
Oh, so has it been removed from that?
Well,
It's just a noting provision.
it's
But
only a
there's a
noting
noting-
provision. It was just that it was there and it was incorrectly worded.
Yeah.
As
Sorry.
a-
Yeah. What I was trying to understand was, is it, if it's a noting provision, is it sitting in here or actually in all the noting provisions that you talked about earlier on?
I'm happy to move it to that. It doesn't matter.
Right.
I don't follow what you're trying to do.
Okay. Well, I'm not in support of the others, but I am in support of the noting provision.
He's saying, are you putting four together or are you doing them separately,
Okay,
basically? is
so
what the question.
well,
Well, it's just a note.
well, we might
I mean,
as
I'm
well
not gonna
deal
vote
with
against
the
the noting
noting recommendation because it's here. So those in favour of the M1A, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. Waterways quality and compliance, that the council increases flood protection and control works. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. So just hands up for no. Goff, McDonald, Major and Kewen. And that's carried. Takapuneki Reserve, those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's Goff, Chew, McDonald. Thank you. That's carried. Coronation Reserve, those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
Hands up. Goff, Chew, McDonald, Kewen. That's carried. Thank you. Now we move on to the next grouping, which is facilities.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just for the sake of getting through things before lunch, can we just quickly deal with the noting provisions? So I was dealing with them by way of a sort of separate motion. So I'll move all of the noting provisions, and do I have a seconder for those, Andrew? So, and because of what I was just thinking, because they're noting provisions, could I just open it up for a quick debate, and then I'll put that motion. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, it won't be a quick debate.
No.
Then. So there's Andrew, Yanni, Melanie, Aaron.
Yep.
And
I've got a question actually more than a debate. Is it? I'll bring it in. It's fine.
Okay. No, well, sorry, I thought this might be useful.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll have questions then. What?
Okay. I just actually wanted a question about the wording for noting 2, the Milne Sutherland Sparks intersection.
Okay. No, it was a bad idea.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to
where you were.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to where I was.
Okay.
So much for that. We worked so hard on trying to get that right. So, facilities. I'll hand over to staff to go through the presentation on the facilities.
So we won't go through the mayor's recommendations like we've done before. So go to the first proposal.
Can you put your mic on?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Apologies. So just repeating that, we won't go through the mayor's recommendations. We'll just go straight to the proposed amendments. The first one being that the council agree to a 3% increase in the museum levy. The staff position is recommendation is that we remain at the 0% levy, in what we've done in the draft annual plan. And that is due to the work we have done looking at the underutilised prior year level funding, and that we will continue to work with the museum going forward.
Now I've got a. Sorry.
Yep.
Can you just stretch back? So go back to that one because I just need to get the mover and seconder on the
certainly.
record.
Yep.
And just to note, can I just note so that people are really clear if they're listening, and go back up to the top of that page. Just the mayor's recommendations are the Robert McDougall Gallery strengthening, the Akaroa Museum, and the Governor's Bay Jetty Capital Grant. So I think these are all issues that we are addressing in that context. So if we could move on to the proposed amendments.
Do you want to take questions on each of them, or should we keep going?
No, carry on.
Okay, so this is the community museum.
Oh, sorry, no, I need them moving. So is Cotter and Major agree that the amendment is for the Canterbury Museum? That's in your name? Yeah, okay.
And there's a foreshadowed amendment there if that one fails. You're taking questions on all of them at the end of this block, aren't you? Yeah, cool. So services, community services card, that council investigate an increase to the community services card discount from 25% to 50% in preparation for informing the 23-24 annual plan.
Is that services?
Yeah, so there's only two.
No, sorry.
Just stick with
There's only the museum. Yeah. Sorry, I've just got very confused with various bits of papers. My apologies. I'll accept.
Yes. So sorry. I moved on. There is only one facilities. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Are there any questions on that or any of my proposals? Andrew, anyone else? Right.
Thank you. On the museum. Staff recommend a 0% levy increase. Now, I'm aware that this has already been through a briefing. There's been some further conversations and further work done in the last few days. I mean, I appreciate you're requesting a full recast of future year requirements, and we're wanting some certainty here. I agree that there's a need for a better understanding and better communication. But my understanding is that what we are considering to be operational revenue, which is available and therefore there isn't a need for the increased levy, is actually interest which has been earned on funding which is held for the capital upgrade, which the museum are wanting to tag to the capital upgrade itself, which in my view seems reasonable, rather than being actual operational funding. Is that the understanding? Is that the case? Or is there a possibility that we haven't teased that out in discussions and it could be the case?
If we just look at the last year's unplanned surplus, as we've called it, in the actual results of the museum, about 1.2 million of that was related to unspent base funding expenses budget, and the rest of it was largely from, as you've described, investment income plus also extra above budgeted grants and bequests, so that what they call their museum revenues, so the non-levy revenues. So it's a combination of saved base expenditure, remuneration, and some of the other costs around redevelopment that has not yet started. So those were largely covered by local authority levies. But they also received extra income, including the investment income that is largely for that redevelopment. So there's separate savings in their budget.
So in deciding that, in making the recommendation for a 0% increase, have you taken into account the interest on those funds held that I just described and the bequests? Yes. Have you counted those as operational
No, those funding? Were excluded in getting down to what we call the base expenditure funding, which could conceivably be what the local authorities contribute to.
So the carried over from genuine levy-funded operational funding from the previous year, what's the amount of that?
It's approximately $1.2 million.
And our
out of a total $2.9 million unplanned surplus.
Okay. And the 3% increase that's been proposed in this amendment, how much is that worth?
250,000.
So 1.2 is approximately half of the 3% that has been asked for here, and that, as I understand it, the museum ideally would want. All right, that's great. Thank you.
there any other questions? Jimmy Chen?
I'm not sure regarding to the percent increase, but you mentioned need to engage other constitutional authorities, like maybe our neighboring council, like Solvent, Waimea, and some other council. How about the timeline if we engage with them? Who will be the initiate?
So just in talking to their CFO, we've talked about trying to get ahead of the next funding round so that we avoid these areas of sort of different expectations as to how surplus funds are dealt with, but also to look forward in the multiple years ahead through the redevelopment, because they're currently signalling up to 10% per annum increases. And I know that Waimaka, for one, are extremely interested in looking at that funding formula to make sure that it's the best possible that it can be.
My question is how about the time frame we can get confirm, whether the neighboring council, Waimea, so they confirm would like to, increase the percentage levy. I just want to know what's the time frame. Or we don't know.
The time frame?
It's adjusted annually by population.
Yeah, the annual process, we normally get the first indications of the forthcoming museum plan around December.
Okay.
So we have a preliminary look before the formal consultation version comes in February, I think it was.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? So people are reasonably clear on the issue. Okay, all right. So we'll these the mayor's recommendations have been moved and seconded, so I'll just run through them. I'm going to start the debate. So the Robert McDougall Gallery strengthening is a noting provision, but it also requests the Canterbury Museum to confirm availability of its funding balance at an earlier time to ensure that we can bring forward the council funding in support of the Canterbury Museum for strengthening of the gallery at the appropriate time. The Akaroa Museum one has been one that was supported certainly very much in the submissions that we had. The one that I do want to focus on, though, is the Governor's Bay Jetty Capital Grant. This was something that we put a lot of time and energy into. I have actually spoken about the Governor's Bay Jetty as a project concept, where essentially we sold the jetty to the community for $1, and that dollar is framed and sort of held, and we'll be obviously taking it back under our wing once the repairs are complete. But this idea of the community owning a project, taking it forward, and with the funding now split 50-50, I feel like we're honouring the underlying commitment that we made at the time, that it was going to be a shared project, but the community were going to be given the task of getting it on. Every time I switched on my Facebook and got another notification about another fundraiser that they were doing, I could just see the community being built and strengthened, and the ability of the community to do that. It's been great to watch. So this is the sort of thing that really I came to council to do, was to enable communities to do things for themselves, that and to facilitate actions that would enable communities to actually really develop their own sense of place, with the support of the council, and this being a sort of a cost-sharing agreement between the council and its community. I think this is a very good example. I look forward to the day when I see the photographs for weddings and various other things that used to be adorning Facebook pages in the past become the reality again, and I'm sure that will be the case. The Canterbury Museum one, I've kind of struggled over this one. It appears that there is a degree of analysis that really should have happened earlier in the process, and so I think the idea of getting that information clear, and it's one of those really difficult areas where there is where we don't own the museum, we don't control any of the decisions that they make, and yet we have an obligation to fund through a statutory process, which has left us in the position where we have notified our intention at the very last minute, and that does give cause for pause and to think about whether there is a contribution that ought to be made under the circumstances. So I enter the debate unsure about how I might vote on it, but I'll see how the councillors are feeling. So I've got Pauline and Andrew.
Thank you. Take some heart from that. Yes, I support the Mayor's recommendations, and I, like you, Leanne, are very, very supportive of community originated projects and communities being empowered to get together and do things for themselves. So that's really good to see. Look, with the museum, we appreciate we gave them no increase to the levy last year. They too are under significant challenges because of all the challenges that Peter so succinctly outlined earlier, COVID being just one of them. And they're actually seeing a downturn in their income due to COVID. So they are very challenged in their situation. And I think in the light that we gave them 0 last year, I think it would be very poor to give them 0 again this year. Normally, historically, we have increased the levy by 5% every year. If we give them a 0, as per the recommendation, there will be a knock-on effect with the neighbouring contributing councils due to the formula, which is based on what we give them in population. So the OPEX will be affected very heavily. So I think it's actually our duty to make an increase of a modest 3% to the levy this year, so that we can allow this as our biggest tourist attraction in Christchurch, with over 70,000 people going through, allow them to function as it should and to be able to continue being the draw card for the visitors in our city. No, we don't own it, but our city benefits greatly from the museum, and I ask you to please support this 3% increase to the levy this year, which equals a 0.04% on the rates. Thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you. The Akaro Museum, I would remind councillors that this is simply reinstating the funding that was removed in the long-term plan last year, and it needs to be reinstated to allow the levels of service that we agreed to last year to be delivered. If we don't put this back, then we won't be able to deliver to the levels of service that we've already put in place by our own decision. People sitting around the table will recall the strong and very passionate support across the wider Akaro community for doing this. We heard from a number of submitters, so I'd like to see that responded to positively. The Governor's Bay Jetty, I absolutely agree with the Mayor's comments. This is an absolute exemplar of community ownership of a project, community passion at play, a community taking control of its own destiny. There's something that the Governor's Bay people are passionate about. They've got behind it. They want the jetty restored, repaired and back in use, and they're doing everything they possibly can to make that happen. This has always been talked about as a shared project, as a partnership project. We've always talked about cost sharing on this. The possession of the jetty is currently in the hands of the trust. The dollar that they gave us when they took possession of it sits in my office, and at some point that same dollar will be given back to the community at the end of the project when council once again takes possession of this asset, of this repaired jetty. It won't be me that gives the dollar back, but I'd like to think that somebody will, and it'll be a big celebration on that day. On the museum, it's all in the numbers. So the 3% takes us to 2.9. The carried forward is 1.2. That certainly doesn't lead us to a 0% increase. That would leave the museum 1.7% short, 1.7 million short. In an environment where they've got a big development project coming up, where they're experiencing the same challenges with staffing, cost escalations, and increased expenses that everybody else is at the moment, this is not the time to be leaving the museum short. So I'll be happy to support the amendment as it's put forward by Councillors Cotter and Major, but I've put forward the foreshadowed amendment so that we're not leaving them totally short. We're giving some contribution in the event that that amendment fails. But I think this is a time for us to be showing support, not to be leaving them 1.7 million out of pocket compared to where they should be.
Anyone else? Aaron.
Yeah, 2 quick points. Firstly, the Governor's Bay Jetty, I agree with the Mayor on that one. That's, in my time on council, is one of the greatest partnerships we've probably seen. One of. There's been a few, but that one there's just a shining light, and no doubt in your retirement you'll take that one with you. Hopefully a picture of yourself on it when it's finished. Not for public, but for yourself, would be cool. And so I absolutely congratulate them in the work they've done. So hats off to that lot. The museum ones, I'm with the staff on this one. I'll be voting against the amendments. I think the staff did get it right. And a couple of things I'll just quickly say about museums is overseas, the big famous ones in London and in New York and LA. That you see in the movies and stuff, you pay to get in there. It's actually not very cheap, but everyone who lives local, it's free. So that's their model. But us tourists that visit get stung. But the attractions are so good, it's worth paying the money. And then it's like $23 US for an adult, $13 for a child. And then in London, their big famous ones are free. But the attractions are sensational. So we've got a couple of options here. They should be charging for people that aren't already paying for the museum. And it's not, I know it gets called Christchurch's #1 attraction. It's not. Westfield Mall is more visitors go there, 12.5 million a year, and including people that are visiting the city, they go to Westfield. So let's not forget that. And but this is a reasonable one, but it is free. And then put in more attractions that people want to see, and the ones that you pay for, because they will. And that is a great revenue grab. And the really famous one from a few years ago, and I can't remember whether you paid or not, but it had 400,000 visitors, was that Air New Zealand Roadshow. And it had more visitors in Christchurch than it did in Wellington and Auckland. So when you put in what people want to see, they will pay to go in, and that's where their revenue should be coming from. Pretty simple.
Anyone else? Melanie.
There are attractions at the museum that people want to pay for to go and see, like the dinosaurs at the museum. My daughter loved, and we bought a soft toy from there. So, just saying, it was awesome.
Thank you. All right, so
Was it cheaper than Westfield
move to the amendments. So we've got the Canterbury Museum one first. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
That's lost. So there's a foreshadowed motion that's been moved by Deputy Mayor Turner and seconded by Jimmy Chen. I'll put that. That's for a 1.5% increase in the museum levy. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
That's lost. Do you want a show of hands? Show of hands of those who are in favour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 8?
Oh, Jay, yeah.
And
yeah, happy to go for 1.5.
1.5. So that's.
Should we just count that again?
Count that again. Hands up for those.
1.5. 1,
2, 3,
6, 7, 8.
That's 8.
8.
So that's lost. Yeah.
Unless there's an abstention.
And then we move to the, we'll go through them individually. So Robert McDougall Gallery strengthening. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. So that's Jana Johansson opposed. Yep. Akaroa Museum. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Tim Scandrett, no. Governor's Bay Jetty Capital Grant. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you. So that's the, and it's 12:55 p.m. So I think this is a good time to adjourn for lunch, and we will be back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Some people think that we're making good progress. Some of us would like to see more progress. So, thank you for that. It is very challenging with last minute amendments to amendments and changes to amendments, and we're doing the best that we can under the circumstances. Right. So the next section is services, and the recommendations that sit under my name are the library's services holding fee. They just took that off the screen. No, it's okay. It's all right. I've got it in front of me. And concessions for rural residents in relation to library's holding fee. And now we move to the proposed amendment. The first is has been moved by, I think, Melanie. I haven't got the names in front of me. Yeah, Melanie Coker, seconded by Tim Scandrett. And the increase, proposed increase to the Strengthening Communities Fund, not the Communities Fund, Strengthening Communities Fund, Coker and Scandrett as well. So if you'd like to just briefly go through the staff advice on those. And green light, please. Yep, thank you.
So the first one is the council investigate increase to the community services card discount from 25 to 50% in preparation for informing the next annual plan. The staff advice is that we can do this, but we need some funding to actually decide what we have done. And I love doing this as the CFO. We have clarified with Councillor Coker in regards to that she's only relating directly to RSE, in which case that it should only cost $10,000.
So,
do you want to clarify what an RSE is?
Rec Sport.
So is this just? Oh, do you want to mention the other one? Then I'll just I'll ask a question on that
certainly.
one.
Services Strengthening Communities Funds that the council increases the council's Strengthening Communities Fund by 2%.
Okay, so go back to the previous slide, and just my question is there, if the next council wanted to address the question of the community services card discounts that are offered, could that be work that is undertaken in time for the annual plan? And if I mean the question that I'm getting to is that if the next council doesn't want to look at the community services card discount, then that would be work undertaken for no reason.
Yes.
If I respond, we'll link that into the notice of motion that we've also got, which is about free swimming lessons or discounted swimming lessons for under 16s that we need to provide. So we'll provide that information by November. So it links into another piece of work that we're doing at the same time, so we can link them together, if that makes sense.
So in answer to your question, yes.
Is there enough time, though, to do the work between
Yes.
when councillors will consider this matter for the going into the next annual plan? Would there be enough time to actually do the work that would be required to support a change to the annual plan after the election? Or would it have to start now?
It will start now. Until we've got it planned in, it'll start now.
So you would actually have to start the work now. You couldn't do it between the election and the annual plan going out for draft consultation.
No, we would start the work now.
No, I'm not asking would you start it. If this passes, then you would. But if this wasn't an issue now, if it was left to the next council, could they commission this work in time for the annual plan?
So if we started in November, would it be ready for February?
Yes, probably.
Yeah,
yes.
if you started in November, could it be ready by February?
There is a notice of motion that work's already going to have to be done on unless you revoke the notice of motion. So there's a notice of motion passed by this council around looking at reducing barriers to access in our recreation and sport facilities, including free swimming. So that's already happening. this work would sit alongside that, so you'd be able to do the trade-offs of it. But if you could delay this work till after the election and add it in on that to that work if needed.
There is sufficient time between November and February
Yep.
to commission this work.
Yes.
That's the question.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Right. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
As Bruce was saying, the money will still be needed on the annual plan budget, because you won't be able to add it in after the annual plan struck.
I'm confused.
So the 10,000 that we need to commission modelling for it would still be needed to be added to the budget now.
Even if you don't start it till November, to get it into the annual plan budget, we need to approve the 10,000 today.
And really? So that means that nothing can be raised in terms of commissioning of work by the incoming council unless it's already got
budget.
No, I mean, yeah, okay.
10,000, what's the rate impact?
No,
0.002.
It's
slightly less.
It's a negligible sum. Right. Yeah. Okay. So I've moved and seconded mine. Where are they? Sorry. Yes. I've picked up the library's holding fee, but also the concessions for rural residents, which was raised as part of submissions that we heard on the long-term plan, annual plan. Some people have raised concerns about how challenging it is to get into a library and how often they would have to go. Putting an item on hold at $2, at $3 per item actually mounts up, particularly for people who live quite away from the centre of town. And Akaroa was one that was mentioned, and they would have to, they would be booking maybe 10 books at a time, and that soon mounts up when you actually add the cost of getting into town as well. So a concession for them is an important opportunity to enable freeholds for people that have a substantial distance to travel, and the reduction of the library's holding fee makes it more equitable for people to have access to our library service. I won't support. I mean, I know that it sounds like a small amount of money, but I don't think this council should predetermine anything that's coming up for consideration by the incoming council in this regard. It's a significant amount of work, and it might only be a relatively small amount of money, but what will actually happen, because we know the stretch on staff within the organisation is that this will be, something else will be foregone. Some significant work program that's going on in the and this whole area of work will be put to one side in order to focus on something that may not be a priority for an incoming council. And I won't support the Strengthening Communities Fund increase at this late stage of the annual plan either. So I'll hand it over to Melanie.
Regarding the two amendments, so the community services one I brought forward because we had quite a number of deputations from Green Prescription, the Disabled Persons Assembly and residents about reducing barriers to recreation and sport for those on limited income. I've been informed by staff this won't be staff time, there'll be someone come in to do this work, so it won't actually affect what staff are doing. And then for the second one, for the Strengthening Communities Fund, we all know every dollar you put into our communities when they're doing this sort of work gives us at least $5 worth of value out. So I just see this as a no-brainer.
All right, I'll put the amendment. Sorry. Where have I? sorry. So the first amendment is the community services card amendment. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. I'll get people to lift their hands, please. All those in favour, lift your hands. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's carried. The Strengthening Communities Fund. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's a show of hands. So all those in favour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
What's Jake doing?
Jake?
And me. Me, yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's lost. The library's holding fee. All those in favour say aye. Yeah. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Hard to tell. All those in favour, put up your hand.
And me.
11.
Yeah, carried. And concessions for that is carried. Yep. Concessions for rural residents. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. James Goff. Just as neighbours in Akaroa, right? Okay, so thank you. That's dealt with, and now we move on to transport. This is a very difficult area. I don't have any recommendations in the transport area, so these are all amendments, and they're all moved by the same councillor with different people seconding them. So, but before I sort of confirm moving and seconding, I'm just going to rule some of them out of order, and so I will do that, and I may need some assistance with them. So, so A13, I'm going to put that one. So we'll come back to that. So A15 Gloucester Street. Sorry, my apologies. I have received legal advice that these amendments do not meet the decision-making requirements of the Local Government Act 2002, and the council would be in breach of its statutory obligation if it was to make the decision sought. Sorry, I should have started by saying there was an original amendment. That was the advice that I received in relation to the original amendment. It was then amended, I think, yesterday and further today, and it is those 3 years, three amendments that are in front of you, and the advice that I have received is that these amendments do not meet the decision-making requirements of the Local Government Act 2002, and the council would be in breach of its statutory obligations if it was to make the decision sought. So that one is ruled out of order. Can we
just get
move to the next
clarification on
one?
that?
There is no debate, no discussion.
Can I get a copy of the advice? Like, why am I being ruled out of order and I haven't even seen the advice?
Excuse me, I will provide you with the advice. I have received legal advice that these amendments do not meet the decision-making requirements of the Local Government Act 2002, and the council would be in breach of its statutory obligations if it was to make the decision sought. That is the advice I have received. Next one.
For rephasing a project.
Next one. I'll come back to the Ferry Road one. Yeah, North Linwood. So North Linwood was the original resolution, had the legal advice attached to it. It was updated as a noting provision, and then amended to specific projects. And again, the advice that I have is that these amendments do not meet the decision-making requirements of the Local Government Act 2002, and the council would be in breach of its statutory obligations if it was to make the decisions sought. I therefore rule it out of order. And the next one is the Bromley traffic, which was an increase in the budget. The original advice that I received was that these amendments would have to be ruled out of order, the same, and then it was amended, and I'm advised that I have to rule that out on the basis of legal advice that these amendments do not meet the decision-making requirements of the Local Government Act 2002, and the council would be in breach of its statutory obligations if it was to make the decisions sought.
Do you think staff could just actually
there is an
advise
agreement
why?
to there is an offer of sorts, if we go down the bottom, to have a noting provision noting that $1 million has been allowed for to complete planning and scheme design. This will then allow for changes to the 24 to 34 long-term plan for construction early in the LTP period. And that we can note that for in terms of the Bromley roading and traffic issues that have been raised, but that can be included in the noting, but I can't.
Can I get a copy of the advice? I find it really odd that
I'm just reading it from the advice. I have received legal advice. That's it.
Can someone in the staff not actually explain what the issue is with the amendment?
Question the chair that way.
You can't question the chair. I'm ruling it out of order. I have done so based on advice. Look,
It's not fair that you get advice and we don't all get it.
the advice is that these amendments do not meet the decision-making requirements of the Local Government Act 2002, and the council would be in breach of its
Can you
statutory
just
obligation
at least explain
if
why
it was
not?
to make the
Excuse
decisions
me.
sought.
Enough.
And the next one is Ferry Road.
Out of order as well, right? So
The trouble with Ferry Road is that I have worked really hard with staff, and it is so difficult to deal with these amendments so late in the piece. And I have worked really hard to help myself understand whether there is anything that we can, really put in front of the meeting today to pick up on long-standing concerns of the community about pedestrian safety on Ferry Road at the Phillipstown, Charleston area, and that staff are developing a solution to address this. So I kind of want us to note that, and I also want us to note that work is being undertaken with the current works that are planned, and if there is a significant change required, this will need to inform the 24-34 long-term plan. But I almost don't even want to note that. What I want to note is that if there is anything that can bring forward the community engagement that will be required in order to get the pedestrian safety improvements that we need in that area, there has to be no parking areas. There has to be changes to the layout of the road. And you have to talk to the community about it. There are businesses down there, there are community groups down there, and it just has to be engaged. So, we're about to go into an election period. Can staff quietly get on with that conversation in the background? I really want to make sure that the work that I know that staff have reassured me is on track to deliver. I really want that to happen, but I don't want it to just be ruled out because the technical amendments that are put in front of us at the last minute are not capable of us making a decision.
at the last minute, from the start of this process since
Garni,
the submitters.
I'm not going to have a debate with you during the course of this
Sorry, can I
meeting.
just clarify? Are you saying that the Ferry Road one, bringing forward the funding, that's ruled out as order. A12 is ruled out of order as well.
What I said was that the bringing forward of the project to the next financial year is not in order.
Unbelievable.
And so you amended it.
No, sorry, excuse me,
You can't do
Mayor.
it, basically. Is that what you're saying?
The original, before it was amended, was capable of debate. However, there's staff advice around the doability and the deliverability of that. The amendments do have legal advice attached, and because of the clarity and the level of detail, which is different. So this may be a point where it would be appropriate to hear from Lynette Ellis in terms of the deliverability, if that would be helpful.
Talking about 2 safety crossings across a road. We can't do it within 12 months.
It is not just about that. I
think it would be useful.
We have listened to the community. We want to make a change, and the reality is that all right. Well, look. So that means that we are going to go back to the. Are we going back to the original because that's capable of being debated?
The original advice on that was, on the face of it, it could be debated. The subsequent amendments are where the issues were. But I'm looking at Lynette on the screen, and I know she has deliverability comments.
Oh, well, I don't know why it got amended then. So, Lynette.
So, yep, I can hear you. We're there. So, absolutely, we've all heard the concerns of the community. We heard them at the recent council meeting where Alexander Davids spoke to the meeting that had been had. Staff were at that meeting. We are looking at what we can do. The reality is through this annual plan process, you have asked us consistently to provide you with realistic and doable programs, which we've assessed our program on. This came up as part and was an action out of the long-term plan. I understand that. Staff have been working through a number of safety projects across the city, and they worked through the program. Now, they've also regularly updated the community board. This piece of work around pedestrian safety issues is being worked on. Staff are getting on with it, but it does take time, and we need resource and design resource to get this going. So we have given you what we believe is a realistic time frame and a realistic program within the constraints that we have and the constraints that are sitting with us with elections and everything else that's going on. We've tried to be realistic about it. If it can be brought forward and it goes smoother than expected, it will be brought forward.
Okay, I've got.
But it is being done from a pedestrian safety perspective.
I've got Tim with a question.
Lynette, thank you. If this is brought forward, is there another project somewhere in someone else's community that will be put back?
Yep. Got one.
If it's brought forward as part of the annual plan, yes. If we can do it faster, it won't. So we're trying to work within our own resourcing requirements, and if that goes better than expected, no.
But
does that make sense?
Yeah, it's kind of an if though, isn't it? Because there's another community in the hierarchy of safety that was ahead of this that may be put back.
If it is changed as part of the annual plan. So that's why I'm saying the work is going on and will continue.
So simply another community may be put back and be chumped in the queue. Thank you.
Aaron.
Yeah, so looking under the noting provisions there, Lynette, this is your local councillor calling. The sorry, it's 2022. I thought I'd mention that. The it wouldn't be in there till the 24-34 long-term plan. So how long before this would be actually delivered?
No, this work will be delivered. The pedestrian safety work will be delivered earlier. It's if there is major work that has to happen. So if we have to go, if there is a project developed that needs to go in and change the curbs down there. So that area of the street, I admit, is is not great, and there is covered dish down there, so the parking bays intrude on the footpath space, well, they look like they intrude on the footpath space and the road space because of how the covered dish is worked out. So to get rid of that covered dish channel, we would need a significant project, and that would come through as part of the long-term plan. What we're also trying to ensure we do at the same time as doing this pedestrian work is understand what's likely to happen with the bus priority down there. So the bigger bus priority project and any major street upgrade would come through in a couple of years, but the planning would be done and you would have a well-informed decision for the next long-term plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you said the magic words. Thank you.
Good on you, thanks.
Bus.
Yeah.
Yanni?
So just to be really clear, like the stuff that was emailed through to you wasn't necessarily an amendment. It was just to give the high level context of what, you know, I felt was required. And so the safety work, which was raised as part of the LTP, and I might add also ruled out of order because there were no submissions apparently on it in support or against it, which actually wasn't true. People did make submissions. And we were told in June 2021 that the detailed costs are not known. The cost and scheme design for a miners safety works project have not yet been determined. I've only found out yesterday what the cost attached to this program was and what year the money is in, although it's not actually clear from the email response. I've repeatedly asked that question since the submitters made the submission in the draft annual plan around the timing and the scope of what was being proposed. I only got it yesterday. So I'm not sure, given that we've only just heard that there's the bus priority, but why it would take over 12 months, given how much time has already been spent on it since last year and the year before, because the initial request was in August 2020. We're only talking about just making 2 safer sort of crossings across a really busy stretch of Ferry Road.
What's the question?
So I'm struggling to understand why it can't be done within the next 12 months.
Springfield Road, we need 2, really urgently.
I think that I think that the answer that's been given has covered off on that there are going to have to be adjustments in the area, including parking restrictions, those sorts of things that have to be consulted on. But you actually do need to have a plan upon which to consult. And so it is.
Well, then, does staff think
everyone's acknowledging that it's a very difficult area, difficult area, and there's quite a lot of work that needs to be done in the round, which won't be done as part of this initial project.
But given that we've just found out that the bus priority work is happening, would it not make sense to come up with an overall plan for the area, because it's got a 4-laning designation as well, and money in the LTP beyond the 10-year period to widen the road?
Wasting time, Chair.
Well,
wasting time.
I've tried to manage this as best that I possibly can, and I know that
doing very well.
Now
so A12's ruled out, right?
No, I didn't want to rule it out of order. I wanted to have noting provisions that actually recognise that there are long-standing concerns of this community about pedestrian safety, and that staff are developing a solution to address this.
I mean, we've just done...
I did actually raise a question as to whether we needed to reference significant change required to inform a plan that is 2 years away from being introduced. So I just wondered if we could have that staff are developing a solution to address this, and note that they're seeking to do so, as urgently as they can within the program. I just wanted to have some reference to it and not leave it be. And if we did that, then at least there would be an opportunity.
I'm just no guarantee there'd be support around the table.
Yeah,
you know,
people might not do anything
in front of other people, other communities.
It's not jumping into them.
Can we just?
The staff said.
Please.
The staff said it was on a program budget.
The meeting. Yeah. Honestly, if people can't, I'll adjourn the meeting till Thursday. if people just don't settle down and see if we can find our way forward. So you'd rather not have a noting provision, you'd rather put the original recommendation and we'll vote it up or down.
Sorry.
Yep, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Have you read the staff response? They're actually already working on this project.
That's the point that I'm making.
To say that we can't do it in next year, to me, makes no sense at all. They're already working on it. The new piece of information is the bus priority. And what it sounds like, I think staff are trying to say, is that given that they have to look at the active transport corridor in terms of bus priority, that is going to have an implication for the safety stuff, which would kind of seem logical, right? I mean, if you're putting a bus priority through, you're going to have to think about where people cross and what the impact is on parking and a whole range of things. But like, I'm the local council of the area. I have no visibility over the public transport stuff that they're doing. I found out about it at a street corner meeting that had suddenly popped up on budget. So, I just don't want this work delayed, given that these are serious safety concerns that people have raised. I'm talking about minor safety improvements, not massive safety improvements. I'm shocked to see that the budget's 667,000K. All I'm talking about is 2 little safe crossings in the middle of the road.
It's simple, but I mean, if you think that designing and implementing pedestrian safety improvement of that nature is just a question of chopping, one design out of one area and plonking it down in another area, then, I mean, we've heard that is a very complex environment in that area. But anyway, I'm happy that we'll just stick to the original resolution and it will stand or fall. I'm sorry, I misunderstood the advice. I thought that it couldn't proceed. So have we dealt with all of the amendments, or can we now go through the amendments?
No, there's only one left, which is the off-street car parking charges. So if we go back to the slide, this one hasn't changed. So
all on the transport Antigua cycleway one.
You did that this morning.
Yeah.
I believe you did that one this morning, Mayor.
This morning?
Yes. You read the advice on that one.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
So this is the last one. So that council, the proposed amendment is that council reduce its car parking fees and charges for off-street car parking to $2 per hour for the 22-23 year to improve the occupancy of its buildings. Staff advice is that this proposed change won't get the anticipated impact, the desired effect. And if we do it, it will be 0.17% increase. I can go through all of the advice there if you want me to, which was...
I think
no.
Just
so ask any questions and we can answer them.
Yep. And can you put up the staff advice on the recommendation that Yanni's proceeding with now, or is that people generally understanding what the advice was? People
are you meaning the other one?
People understand.
Ferry Road.
It's okay. People understand.
Ferry Road.
Sarah.
It's the same. So I've got a question on the car parking charges and how the proposal aligns with our other policies and things that we've got, such as the parking policy and climate change strategy.
Yep. Who's going to speak to that?
Lynette, do you want to give it a go?
Give it a go. It doesn't really, to be honest.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really. It's particularly the climate change policy. But also, look, we've really the advice that you've been given back on many in multiple fronts, both from finance and from us. This was largely built up as a joint response. Is that it is COVID implications had more of an impact on occupancy than anything else, and so and we've shown you that in the advice. So what we're saying is that this this will have a bigger revenue hit because we've already taken a pretty big hit with COVID and parking, and won't necessarily result in increased numbers.
All right. So James and then Yanni.
I just want to submit you, do you mind if I won't vote so it's back on site?
Which one? The car park charges. Oh yes, absolutely. Yanni, did you have a question?
Yeah, thanks. Do you know, in regards to our resident survey, how much concern was expressed around car parking charges? And if it was a reason why people were dissatisfied with council?
Car parking charges weren't discussed. It was about safety in car parking facilities and ease of use, not the charges.
Sheet with the resident survey I've got, number 9 was parking expensive, being 37 comments as to why people were being dissatisfied.
37 out of how many thousand? I'm sorry, I can't hear.
If you put your microphone back on, the
30,
question's
37.
been asked.
So it was 7% of the comments raised it as a concern.
So, so were there any other questions? Okay, so we're going to have to deal with these. We'll deal with them. We'll deal with them as one debate, but they're moved separately. So, so I'll open up the debate to whoever wants to start the debate. Well, I'm happy to start the debate if you want. I'm not supporting the amendments that we have in front of us. You know, we've taken a position through the annual plan to make this a light touch annual plan, and so I'm not supporting amendments. I'm disappointed that Councillor Johansson wouldn't take a noting provision, but I'm just going to take personal comfort from the fact that the staff are committed to bringing forward the pedestrian safety improvements in the area, Phillipstown, Charleston, on Ferry Road, as they can deliver that, and they're going to look at the timetable for that, recognising that there's an election period in there, but you know, I'm thinking that I would have thought that with the support of a resolution that could have been, you know, sort of set to one side so that the staff could continue that conversation, get the planning underway and get it ready for implementation. So I'm taking comfort from the fact that we don't need a noting provision to take on board the reassurance that we've received, but it would have been nice to have something on the plan, on the record, for consideration in the future when it does come back. I'm confident that the changes that can be made will be made as soon as they possibly can. There anyone else? Yanni?
I do find it extraordinary that we are told that we cannot achieve a minor safety improvement in a local area within 12 months. Work has already started on that has been outstanding for a number of years, had a request in August 2020, and yet in the very same draft annual plan, we're bringing forward $3.4 million to spend on Gloucester Street, which doesn't actually need to be upgraded, to enhance it, and we think that we can spend $3.4 million within 12 months, but we can't spend several $100,000 in a local community to improve the safety, which is a very dangerous area of Ferry Road for people to cross. Like, how does that make sense? I'm really disappointed that you've taken the opportunity to roll so many amendments out of order that actually responded to what we heard in our draft annual plan. The irony is that you added over $5 million by staff to Condell Ave as a road renewal on the basis that it was programmed before the earthquake to be renewed, and yet through public process where people have taken the democratic opportunity to give their feedback, we were told through the staff analysis, residents in the east are feeling increasingly frustrated by our spending on things perceived as nice to haves when they feel they have continuously having to fight to get investment in some of the basics. Submissions from the submitters in the east came with a sense of frustration that we appear to have forgotten about them when they're still waiting to see improvement in the condition and maintenance of infrastructure, particularly transport infrastructure across many suburbs in our city. We've got the top reasons why people are dissatisfied with us. Unhappy with roads is number 2. Disapprove of council spending, number 3. General maintenance needed, number 4. Doesn't listen, number 5. 6. Slow to respond to problems, concerns. 7. Unhappy with services provided. 8. Too many cycle lanes. 9. Parking expensive, lack of parking issues. Like the key reasons that people are dissatisfied with us, and let me hold up the graph again so you can see, we've gone from 79% satisfaction to 29%, to 42%. We've dropped by almost half, and yet we're still ignoring what people are telling us as part of the draft annual plan on transport and rolling out things that would be positive in local communities to get things done that could be done where there's funding available. There's project budgets that we've got that we don't have any visibility of that are currently unallocated that could be brought forward to get synergy with existing programs of work that we have in the North Linwood area that would save us time on design, construction and consultation, and yet they're ruled out of order. It makes no sense to me at all. I urge you to support doing the work in Ferry Road, and I urge you to also support the car parking charges. The reason for reducing them is just for 1 year to increase the ability for people to come to town because we've got low capacity in our existing buildings. It would be good to see it improved.
Sorry, Yanni, you moved both amendments. You really should have 5 minutes. You can take the other 2 minutes.
I just feel like it's just totally ironic that we had a Hallsville Junction Road improvement of $5 million come without any draft annual plan process added to a budget, and yet my amendments that have been worked on and based on staff have been changed to be specific because the concern that staff had is that there wasn't a proper assessment or costs. I put through fully costed and fully assessed amendments on local roading projects in the areas that people had raised concern, and they get ruled out of order, and yet we can add other money through other processes that are not democratic to the budget. To me, it is completely why people are so dissatisfied with how we do things around this organisation, and we need to change it. And I just wanted to finish by reading a letter from someone from Bromley that wrote to me several years ago, and just to sort of highlight the frustration that people have. Anyway, I'll just try and find it. I'm not sure if you can help, but I'd like to share with you what is happening in our area with GoBus. I live in Ruru Road, Linwood, a home my husband and I have lived in since 1973. It has always been a quiet area. 2 to 3 years ago, GoBus started to use the site on the corner of Maces Road and Ruru Road as a depot. Since then, it has been a nightmare. We have in this area particularly poor bus service, but we have buses up and down our part of Ruru Road going at breakneck speed all day long, as where they are going when their route starts and returning to the depot at the end of the day. They start at 5 a.m. in the morning and finish between midnight and 1 a.m. The road where we are has not had post-earthquake repairs done yet, other than a little patch here and a little patch there. This makes for a very bumpy road service, so not only are the buses speedy and noisy, they bounce down the street and the house shakes. We've had visitors run out of the house because they thought it was an earthquake. That was in 2019. We are still waiting to get these roads done, fixed post-earthquake. People are sick of it.
Sarah.
Thank you. And I've got this one here. This is, can you make it a bit smaller? There we go. Today is International Show Your Stripes Day, a day designed to bring awareness of climate change and global temperatures. This is the New Zealand stripes, and you can see really clearly on there. And Sam, the next one. But it's easier to see in this one, which is based on average temperatures as well. So I'm just going to talk to the car parking charges. And this is the New Zealand temperature change over time. This council has declared a climate emergency. We have set net neutral targets for the city. We have a car parking policy and a transport plan under development. We have a climate resilience strategy. We need to do everything we can to help reduce emissions. One of the things we shouldn't be doing is incentivising more people to drive into town. If we want to spend money getting more people into town, there are other ways to do it, but one of those ways should not be increasing the use of fossil fuel vehicles coming into our central city. Yes, we are a small player in the scheme of things, but everyone just said, oh, this bit doesn't count, this bit doesn't count. Then we give up and nothing happens. We know that there are currently massive heat waves around the globe. The Northern Hemisphere is seeing massive heat wave in Europe at the moment, especially in sort of Spain and France. India is approaching wet bulb moments. The US has told 100 million people to stay indoors because of the temperatures that they are seeing now. This is not normal. This is an emergency. And anyone who passionately believes in climate change, or even just believes the science without the passion, will know that what we shouldn't be doing is increasing the use of fossil fuel vehicles in our city. Thank you very much.
Aaron?
Yeah, I'll try and speak to both bits. Firstly, Yanni's list of unpopular items the council roll out every year. Number 6, the council doesn't listen. That'll be pretty true today too, Yanni, I think. The table won't listen to you, but I think you made a pretty passionate plea, and you offered to give up one road somewhere to fund other projects, and I think that's admirable that you did do that work. Yes, the bus lanes are the reason why you won't get your safety improvements on Ferry Road, and I used to use that road a lot myself because I grew up in Woolston. So I do know that area you're talking about really well. The irony of the bus lanes is no one's ever asked for them, but I've been elected 15 years now. I've never had one person ever ask me for a bus lane. They've never said, oh, I'm going to get on the bus now, you put in a bus lane. It doesn't happen. And we've signed off 22 kilometres of them, and now they're holding up a safety project. So I would have supported that if we had the option to move it forward. We've opted to double the number of buses on our streets, but not double the number of people getting on them. So even our own numbers, when Richard was here, was that would get a 40% increase. So that has a carbon footprint increase. So we can scream that climate change is an emergency all we want, but the decisions we're making at this table don't back that up, because we're not balancing. We've got the passion, but we're not balancing it with the numbers to get the results. And the results are based on how people live their lives, and we should be facilitating the way people live their lives to lower our carbon emissions as much as possible. And everyone's about to roll their eyes, because at the LTP, the last one, Greg Clydesdale come in and clearly showed you how we've increased oil usage in Christchurch, increased our carbon footprint. See Mike laughing because it's pretty funny. But he did a clear example for Mike and Sarah to see how we've increased our carbon footprint, and they just won't listen because they've already predetermined how people will change their lives. But here's a wee heads up for you. Even with the global pandemic, the world's population still increases by 83 million people a year. New Zealand's 5 million. We need to do something about the world's population as well as reducing, because every single person born will have a carbon footprint. And it's a conversation we're not even happening. And as a responsible global citizen, New Zealand should be part of that, because there is no way forward while the numbers keep going up.
Is there anyone else that would like to contribute to the debate? Tim.
On a local area, I can understand the passion with regards to safety, but every community has roads that we're concerned about. And if you put one thing in front of another, they all have to shift. And I think that every councillor around this table has communities who are concerned with the safety of their children, etc., getting to school. I know, Melanie and I, we could rattle off 5, Poon Hay Road, Barrington Street, Henderson's, Cashmere. There's a whole, we could just go on Tennyson Street. So I couldn't support on whether you've sent through amendments or not to shift one safety program in front of another one. It just would be wrong. I mean, we all battle for it. We all try and push ours in the front, but it is actually wrong. So I think for further discussion maybe, but not at the moment.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'll put Mike.
Just quickly, because Aaron obviously decided to mention inspired me with his, once again, 3 minutes of misinformation and alternative facts. But and I think when you listen to people at the end of the table when they start talking about fuel consumptions across the whole of Canterbury, you then can't relay that to cycling numbers and uptake in Christchurch. It doesn't quite work like that. And when we look at the bus numbers and what we're planning to do, they haven't doubled, and actually they're going to become electric, so therefore the actual carbon impact will be very, very good. And we also have seen recently with the fare decreases that ECAN's done, and the government as well, actually a quick upsurge in patronage, and we know a lot needs to be done in that space. In terms of the car parking, every time there's an opportunity, certain councillors try to raise this, even though we know the evidence. We know actually if you want to invest money into the CBD, it's not through lowering car parking prices. There's thousands and thousands of car parks within the central city, 20% managed by council. Most of our car parks are free, and there's price points for any type of budget if you actually want to come into the city and parking's not a problem. And the more we say it is, the more actually we turn people off from coming into the city, which is not the right thing to do. I won't be supporting any of the amendments. Look, it's a shame that councillors come in with dozens of amendments, trying to get every single thing that they can, and actually then they're just trying to put their community in front of other communities. We go through a process, we work, and we're trying to prioritise what needs to be done now and what can wait a little bit longer. And for councillors to come in and start basically thumping the desk that we don't care is not right, but we have to actually do this in a measured approach to ensure that actually we get the right outcomes across the whole of the city and not just focus on one ward because the council decides to put in, a dozen amendments in the annual plan. If we all did that, we'd be here for a week, and it'd just become a very messy meeting. In regards, if the councillor wants to mention Condell Ave, look, Condell Ave was a council decision before the earthquakes to have that road renewed. These people have been waiting 12 years. They have made submissions. It is unfair for that community to try and bring them up as a reason for you to get work done in your area when they've been waiting patiently while the rest of the city is actually having work done. It's a disappointing approach that you take to try and attack other communities to lift your own community.
Thanks very much. All right, Melanie.
I'm just going to say I do support the Ferry Road amendment, because when a community is galvanised in the way that they've come to see us, I think we should be doing our best to make an amendment that reflects the position that they've put towards us. If we have other communities that are galvanised about various things, polls, all sorts, we do our attempt to listen, and this time we need to, I think, do the same. And I think moving it forward is the right thing to do.
Phil?
Yeah, thanks. I was the one that seconded the one on Gloucester Street. Just to straighten out my confused brain, if we came up with an idea to say $3.4 million and use that somewhere else, and we can't use this forum or annual plan to do it, and try and stop a road that, here we are with the climate change emergency, and we're digging up a road which has still got a number of years of useful life in it, what system do we use if we don't use this?
Carry on.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was getting advice from my friend. So I just want to know, someone can tell me, please, just going forward one day, how I can change it going into the next year, because the system we've got is not good. We can put stuff on at a drop of a hat, but we can't stake stuff out because it's already set in concrete. So we've got to change the way we look at it, save money.
Jimmy?
Regarding the Old Street car parking, I'd like to mention, because this kind of mentions the issue, because the after COVID, in the CBD, quite a few years, have kind of the economy is kind of a downturn, etc. But I'm still concerned that Sarah should remind us, particularly this kind of global warming, it's in worldwide, in New Zealand, also in Christchurch as well. The temperature year by year is increasing. Also, I remember that if we try to reduce those kind of parking fee, whether it's the kind of indirect, to encourage those drivers, maybe trying to kind of more car to the CBD, whether let's create another kind of carbon emission, etc. Then I remember even today, I still give me the bigger image. The same day, mosque attack, the same day, all those teenagers in the square, they kind of the demo, they would like to, we kind of declare this the city is a climate and ecological emergency city. So after a couple of months in May 2019, we announced this city. In that time, it's one of 400 climate kind of ecological emergency city. And also last year, we have established our climate resilient strategy last year, and we set up a goal. Council and all the council-owned facility accessory. Our target is 2030. This kind of carbon neutrality, whole city will be by 2045. But we have this kind of commitment. If we are not step by step to implement, how come can make that happen? So today, for me, I'm not support this reduced $2 per hour. I just want to express my view regarding to this one. Yes.
I'm going to get Yanni to close off the debate. Oh, no, sorry. No, that's right. There's no right of reply. My apologies. Okay. Thank you. Right. So the First Amendment. So staff can go now. I believe. Okay. Yeah. No. I just thought that you'd be able to hear them on the way. They're going to require an hour. So we're going to adjourn the meeting once we've done the noting provisions, but they don't need to stay for that. Okay, so the Ferry Road amendment, back to the original. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's lost. So do you want to put up your hands for in favour? So that's Chen, Johansson, Coker, Major, and Kewen.
And me.
And McClellan, of course. Sorry. And the second one is the car park, off-street car park building amendment. And that's been moved and seconded, so I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Aye. It's lost.
No.
So I'll that's Aaron and Yanni, and James Goff has stepped back from the table for the vote. All right. Can you turn your speaker on when you speak? Sorry.
The team's going to go now. We will be back at 4:00 with the numbers. It's just I've got to run all the models to get the actual differentials.
No, we understand that. So, but we're going to carry on doing the noting provisions.
Correct.
So we'll let you go, and then I'll adjourn the meeting until 4 after we've done the noting provisions. So I've moved all the noting provisions. There's a second. Andrew Turner has seconded them. Can we just eyes down and listen for a minute? We've made an amendment to one of them just to satisfy the question that was being asked. So is there any discussion? Yanni?
Yeah. I don't know if staff can put the photo up of the Apawaho Heathcote River that I sent through.
We have put them all in one go, but
Can you just
Yanni's
put the photo
allowed
of the
to
river?
speak.
So Councillor Johansson asked for this additional wording.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. So it's just changed slightly.
Nine. The bit that's in the line.
Yeah, but he wants a picture up.
Yeah, I sent you the pic. Did you get the picture of the river? Just to put the river up quickly.
Should have sent you a photo of a dog or something. It should be an activity management plan as well.
Cool.
Where's I'll tell you about it in a minute.
I don't know if you can make it bigger or dim the lights, but
We can see it.
okay.
Being sorted, and it's going to have. We're going to have.
Look, I'll just be really quick and speak to it. I just wanted to speak to the importance of the Apawaho Heathcote River corridor and appreciate that there will need to be work done around any sort of future activity management plan. I would have loved to have seen one done this year, but I appreciate that that does require some work. But I think what came through the submissions really clearly was just people's desire that we don't lose focus on the importance of this waterway. It is one of the worst urban waterways that's in terms of pollution. And this was just a photo that a local resident brought to our community board over 2 years ago and 2 years of frustration trying to get the river corridor just tidied up and maintained to some sort of decent standard. And what you can see is, just the real need to coordinate the flooding works, the drainage works, the landscaping works, the cycleway works, and all the other things that we do along the river. So I just wanted to put that picture up as kind of a lost opportunity, really, to value and treasure what is a really special space, which is the Apawaho Heathcote River. And again, you heard a number of submissions through that talked about the importance of it. So just the other noting things that I just wanted to recognise was the Future Streets Aranui. Again, a community process to come up with a report which had a lot of really good steps in terms of public transport, cycling, and amenity improvements that haven't been progressed. They were supposed to be into the 2018 LTP. That hasn't happened, but I think given that we've got an upcoming election and a new community board, it'd be really good for staff to report to that board around how those next steps could be done. That would make a positive difference in that community over what was a pretty good process to work out what the community needs were, and just to acknowledge staff for the work that they're doing in Cutler Reserve. I understand there is work happening there, and they will endeavour to give me, as local council, greater visibility of it, but I certainly appreciate that they have got on and done it. And finally, just Radley Street. I know that we've got budgets to do slow speed neighbourhoods throughout the city. I think we can do 5 a year. And so it would be really good at some stage to just get an understanding of the process around how that's prioritised, because I'd hate for some communities to feel missed out and others to feel that communities were being put ahead of them, and particularly through an annual plan process where people may like to make submissions. It might be quite good to just be really clear about how we are prioritising that budget and then give communities an opportunity to have their say. But I just wanted to acknowledge the Mayor too for the work that she's done around these noting provisions, and also just I think number 8 has been slightly changed as well, just to look at the community board funding, which was basically an idea to give community boards a certain level of money to enable them to get on and get stuff done in a responsive manner to their local community's requests. And I understand the staff advice has been that they can look at that as part of their current work program in 22-23, and I look forward to that work coming back, because I see that as the Strengthening Communities Implementation Plan as a really positive way forward to actually get greater responsiveness to local concerns that are raised in a more timely manner if we can give local delegations to the boards, enabling them to just get on and address many of the things that we've spent most of today talking about. Thanks.
Thank you. Anne and Melanie, Jimmy.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about noting number 2, which is the Milne-Sutherland Sparks intersection, and because it had about approximately 100 submissions on this issue from a very concerned community. It's a growing population out that way, and this intersection is getting busier, and its layout is necessitating risky behaviour because it's really difficult to cross and to get round there. So it's important that people understand that the work that needs to be done here can't happen until all the developers, and I think there are at least 3 of them that border that intersection, have their plans into council and consented. So in the meantime, it's really great that this work will be done to investigate temporary traffic safety measures around that area so that it becomes safer. So I wanted to just thank staff for that work and look forward to seeing those safety measures in place as soon as possible. Thanks.
I've got Melanie and Jimmy.
Just a couple of points. One about the Port Hills Management Plan. I'm pleased that this is going to be looked at in the long-term plan. There's a lot of groups working on biodiversity on the hills, and really keen to see a managed approach to that between all the different sorts of land types up there. And then with the human resource capacity we've got, there's a lot of groups are looking for more assistance, basically, to help volunteers to increase our flora and fauna up there and decrease our pests and predators. And so they're looking for as much assistance from council as they can get. So I think increasing human resource through council there to support those volunteers is a very important thing for us to be doing.
Jimmy?
Yeah. As a local councillor, Council of Hornby, so also in response to the community member and the community, raised the quite a few issues, but these two, in the notes 1, the flood in the Golden F. I'm happy, even a couple of days ago, the community board manager sent the email to all the community board members regarding to this updated status. But I do hope from now on, if a council, no matter annual plan decision or long-term plan decision, we have this decision, do hope we can, the office and the council, we should working together, to update it to the community board, because these are many times and over the last 3 years, they raised this issue through the council, all the CSR, those system. That's one. Second one is regarding the Hornby and the Linwood tree canopy, because we are all aware, based on our figure, Hornby and the Linwood, we are 2 kind of wall. It's the lowest, the tree canopy, the percentage, So this one, I'm, quite happy the staff, to receive our recommendation. Like to note, if we plant in the future, regarding to the new trees, these 2 wards will be the high priority to replant those trees. So I just want to mention these two kind of issues. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll just quickly wrap it up because okay, Aaron.
Sorry, just quickly on number 3, the noting on Redcliffe Road. That's really disappointing because the people there that live in Spring Grove have to walk down Redcliffe Road, then right round the block to get to their subdivision. They can't cross the railway line. It's still years off getting the upgrade at Redcliffe Road, so those people will be forced on, which is essentially a country road, to walk right on the edge of the road. So it's on us, their safety, because we could do the footpath up as far as the crossing. They're going to walk down there anyway. So where do we want them walking? On a path off the side of the road or right on the edge of the road? And the council's essentially making a decision to make them walk on the edge of the road. So be it on you.
Anyone else? All right, I'll just wrap this up because we're going to have to deal with the another resolution with regard to the item that's on PX because of the commercial negotiations that are underway with that particular item. So just to say that, look, the noting provisions have been an opportunity for us to consider some of the issues that were raised by submitters, to take those into account and to feed those back to staff. I will congratulate our one public observer for popping up in my lunch break, so-called, in order to remind me that there was an important submission received on the Naval Point boat safety issues that had been raised out there. And although I'm not adding it as a noting provision here, I am noting it that staff continue to work on those issues. And obviously that's an important issue in terms of safety as well. I should say that the Chief Executive and I are meeting with Kiwi Rail next week, and I think that's going to be a helpful meeting in terms of getting a number of projects under the spotlight in terms of our relationship with Kiwi Rail. And there are a number of other amendments as well, just I think really to focus on the need to address the depth and the breadth of issues that the council gets to deal with, and that our submitters have come to us and made representations on. So I do appreciate that these are noting provisions, but they are an opportunity for us to carry them forward as issues. So I will put the resolution. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you. Now, I'm going to move that the meeting go into public excluded due to commercial negotiations, and the release of the information would compromise negotiations of a tender. So I'll just leave that at that. I'm moving that, seconded by Pauline. I shall put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That is carried. Thank you very much. So I'll just hand over to staff to update us on the annual plan.
Thank you for the adjournment. So where we are at with all the proposed, they're not proposed anymore, the amendments that have gone through. So the overall average rates increase will be 4.66%, which is up from 4.56%. Average residential rates increase is 4.65, up from 4.55. Business was 4.25, it is now 4.33. Remote rural was 2.66, now 2.67. And the debt's unchanged because there was no capital stuff that went through.
Okay. But remembering that's still lower than we had set in the LTP.
It is still lower than the LTP.
Significantly
LTP
lower.
was 4.97.
Yep.
Our draft was 4.96.
Okay.
We had made capital changes. Are we sure?
All the mayor's recommendations, right, were already built into the
were already
4.56.
costed in.
So it's only the proposed amendments that have changed this.
Thank you very much, and appreciate you doing that work. So now we move on to the resolutions. Oh, sorry. The first thing that I'm going to do is to resume standing orders. Seconded by Andrew Turner. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That is carried. And then I will move on to the adoption of attachments B to H and the other elements of that resolution. And so this is the debate on the annual plan. So I'll move that.
Sorry, it's not yet there.
It's not?
No. We're just adopting the attachments.
Sorry, we're just adopting the attachments. I apologise. So I'll move that, seconded by Deputy Mayor Andrew Turner.
Sorry, can I just ask?
Can you just slow it down a fraction?
Yeah.
So it's so which ones, to be very, very clear, are we adopting?
We're adopting the attachments. The
So what-
summary
so-
of the. Okay, if I need to read each one out. to
No.
you.
Just
We-
sorry. I'm
It's
not trying to be difficult. What I was asking is, it's got the points like the numbers 4, 5, 6, 7. Which points are we voting on?
We're voting on points 4 to 10. 4 to 10.
Yeah. So it's the adoption of the rates increase.
It's the adoption of attachments B to H.
Which is the
4 to 10. Yeah. You just scroll up, Sam, right to the top one. So let's just be very clear what we've changed here, okay, from the original one. So, of course, what we've actually put in here is your new rates number. So your attachments had some of the old numbers, so they will be updated according to that, but that's what's been changed in the meeting.
So if someone wants to vote against the rates increase, they vote against
4.
4.
Just the summary.
It's only it's only the summary. It's not. These are. We're not. You are still going to. We're going to. It is the recommend. So the next set of recommendations are 11 to 13, which is the submissions information management sign off. And then we will deal with recommendation 14.
Which is the adoption.
Sorry, I thought everyone had this. And so there'll be an opportunity for everyone to debate the annual plan at recommendation 14.
Is it possible, Sam, to see, because I think the numbers are different now, aren't they?
It's number 17, where's the rates adoption?
Yeah, but that's
So it's page 34.
Okay. 14's another one. Is another one.
Oh,
So-
right, okay.
Yep.
So they haven't changed.
No.
And then so that's the adoption of the annual plan comprising the information and underlying documents adopted by the council at the meeting originally in February, as amended by resolutions 3 to 10 above and attachments C to H. Sorry?
No, it's a question I was asking Sam.
So, so is everyone clear what we're doing?
No.
Okay. So,
So are you going to put
so-
them separate, or are you going to put them just all together?
Can you help me out, please? If councillors want to vote against the rates increase, which I'm being told that people do, then that is not this set of recommendations. It is
It's
item
17.
Eh?
17.
17 is the setting of the rates, right?
This is just the schedules. 14's adopting the actual plan. Yep.
We've already been through the detailed amendments and the Mayor's recommendations, so I'm not going to put those again.
Correct.
Other than there will be a vote on the adoption of the annual plan,
which is recommendation 14.
So all of the amendments, you know, the deferral of the implementation of the water charge, everything, that's all in there as well. So that's all covered in 14.
So 14 adopts.
All right? We don't get to put the vote again on things that we've already voted on, other than the generic overarching vote for each of them. So the adoption of attachments B to H, recommendations 4 to 10, it's been moved and seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. So just put up your hand for no.
Against all of them. Yep.
Against all of them. So no rates remission policy, no. Yeah. No.
If you want to get technical about it, it's like it's covered up there with the voting thing. But you know, like 5 and 6 is the capital program, the changes to the capital program, the changes to the OPEX budget. So, you know, I don't want to hold it up time long that it needs to.
Okay,
but
so that's so against is Goff, Johansson, Chu, and McDonald.
It's just they fundamentally make it up how we get to 14.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just
that's
trying to
carried.
be consistent.
Then we'll move to recommendations 11 to 13. That's been moved by myself, seconded by Andrew Turner. Put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And now we move to the debate and adoption of the annual plan. So I thought that I would just kick this off by simply reflecting on where we began with this annual plan, and that was to reflect on it being year 2 of our long-term plan, which we went through a very detailed and systematic analysis of all aspects of our long-term plan, and we put that through in a COVID-constrained environment. And so the fact that we were in a COVID-constrained environment was already identified. And then, of course, we had the extension of the lockdowns in China impacting on supply. We had the impact of the war in the Ukraine, coupled with, actually resulting in significant volatility in commodity prices. And these are impacting on our residents, and they're impacting on the council as well. So we've got supply chain issues, we've got cost escalation, and we've got skills shortages. That's happening across the globe, and we are no exception. Locally, we are suffering from the fallout of the extensive damage to the wastewater treatment plant following the fire in November last year. And I think this has had significant flow-on effects to the local community, which is having to live with that stench that the continued operation of the plant and the rotting biomass and the oxidation ponds is causing. The remedial work is well underway, but it isn't an impact so much on this plan because of the insurance, but there are huge issues that we need to address, not just in terms of that infrastructure, but in terms of the infrastructure that supports the smooth running of a city. In addition to the to these issues, we've looked at how we can deliver our core services well in a time of constraint and manage rates affordability. I have to say I was surprised that the number was 4.66%. It could have been significantly more. I think if we'd deferred the excess water charges, it would have tipped over the 5% longer than we have done. Colleagues have mentioned the resident survey, which has showed that overall satisfaction in the council has fallen. And I think we're all disappointed at the decline, but I know that everyone around this table is committed to addressing the issues raised by our residents, and we've tried to address as much of that as we can in a light touch annual plan amendment as we have done. The survey results show strong satisfaction with areas where there is personal contact, including our call centre, our face-to-face interactions at service centres, our libraries, our gardens and parks. This is where we do well, but the overall decline demonstrates that the quality of our water and the condition of our roads, footpaths and other infrastructure matter to our residents, and we need to continue to focus on these. It is also very clear to me, having read the details of it, that our residents are still highly disappointed with the chlorination of the drinking water. And I think it's really important that we listen to and work with our community. That's why communications are key, and we need to up the ante on the way that we communicate in what has become a far more contestable environment for basic facts. And you know, we're also not meeting our residents' expectations on how we engage the wider community in decision making. At the same time, and you know, councillors have different perspectives around the table, and how people express those perspectives often means that there are different messages that are coming out of the council, and it can be incredibly confusing. In my role as the mayor, I haven't had the luxury of representing my personal opinion on a number of issues. That changes on the 8th of October. And I think the reality is that a lot of people think there are things we can do, which we can't do, and think that we are able to influence things that we can't influence because of the Resource Management Act, or because there are issues that simply are beyond our ability to address. So we have used this as an opportunity to update the second year of our long-term plan, and that is what we intended to do with a light touch at the beginning of the process, and that is where we conclude. So I'll hand over to anyone else who'd like to debate this subject. No? Okay. Well, I'll go around the table, and if people want to. Andrew?
Thank you, and I'm going to keep this reasonably brief. I'm pleased to see that the proposed rates rise after the changes made today is still lower than the rates increase that we signalled in the long-term plan. And in the current situation with cost escalations and other tensions around COVID and the war in the Ukraine and other matters that we refer to regularly is actually quite an achievement, I think. So I'd like to thank staff and actually compliment staff on the process that we've gone through over a period of several months. And it's a process that's delivered, in my view, a balanced result, which we've largely arrived at as the result of a good and well-led and well-informed process. I was largely comfortable with the draft, but it's right that we would make changes in response to submissions from the community. And it's always good when somebody makes a submission, they write their submission, they come along and speak to it, they see a response to that, or they get questioned on it when they come here into the council chamber, and then that submission results in a change, either by way of the Mayor's recommendations or by way of an amendment. And we've seen both of those instruments play out today in a very open and transparent way in this meeting. And the community member that made the submission can see their submission been responded to. They can hear the debate on the matter. They can see who votes in favour, who supports it, and they can see who votes against, who doesn't support it. and can see the matter they raised or the change that they requested either adopted or rejected. And that's good. So I'm pleased with some of the changes that have been made in response to those community submissions. Ones of particular interest and importance to me are reinstating that $10,000 worth of funding that allows the levels of service at the Akaro Museum to be delivered, adding the capital funding that allows the Governor's Bay Jetty project to confidently proceed and be completed in true collaboration and partnership with that community, and deferring the implementation of the high user water charges for 3 months to allow communications to be completed and so that we're fully confident in this before we go live. Finding the balance in setting affordable and reasonable rates, setting an affordable and a deliverable capital programme, and setting levels of service that meet the expectations of the community is always going to be difficult, particularly in trying times. And we've had more than our fair share of those over the years. In this annual plan we've been building on and making small changes to the particularly good piece of work that we did in developing and setting the long-term plan last year. Now, this will be my last annual plan, and that does cause me to reflect, and there'll be plenty of time for this later as well, on how we've come in the time since the first annual plan I was involved in 2014. The concept of savings to be found, the significant cost overruns, capital programs that were not designed to be deliverable. We've done a heap of work since then, and it's good.
Thanks. Mike?
I don't need to talk, well, unless someone says something stupid.
James?
Well, look, I'll try and keep this relatively brief, but, Christchurch, in my view, it is an amazing place in the world, and we're so lucky to live here, but I don't think that we can be so naive to think that the uncertainty and possibly grim outlook that's on the horizon globally is going to bypass us. So I don't need to go through all the items that we've discussed and voted on today or through the workshops. There's been an enormous amount of work done there. Won some votes through that, lost some votes through that. I think the crux of what I want to say really, though, is that I think you've had a front row seat with the issue, with the stadium. The Mayor's mentioned around the supply chain disruptions, COVID, commodity price increases, labour shortages, interest rates climbing, inflation at record highs. Now's the time for the far smarter spending and less borrowing, and I'm not seeing that. I don't know if that imperative has got through to the council collectively. If we're going from a draft annual plan of 4.59% average rates increase and upping that to 4.66%, that trajectory is just completely the wrong way. And I think that things are going to get a hell of a lot tougher, and how we respond to that today and at these stages is going to prepare us, will either adequately prepare us for dealing with those challenges well or not so well. So I think that the trajectory has gone the wrong way. I think that we've got the wrong priorities, and I think we need to work far harder on reprioritising things, and I don't think that we've got that balance right. So I don't support this annual plan, but before I completely close off on a negative note like that, I just did want to acknowledge both Leanne and Andrew for the incredible service that you've given to the city. It's greatly appreciated. To Dawn and all the staff in this organisation, you've done an incredible amount of work on this, and it's most certainly appreciated from me. So I won't be supporting the annual plan, but credit to you.
Jimmy?
Thank you. Yeah, and we are all aware this year annual plan is we follow review and amendment of the last year long-term plan. That's the second year long-term plan, and also because like the Mayor she mentioned earlier, actually over the past year, this environment has a significant change because Ukraine war caused those the escalation, and also the kind of supply chain, bigger kind of the problem, etc. But I'm still very happy. We follow the officers. They take the kind of prudent, in the sustainable way. So all those the figure we can see is under the proper management. It's not outside those the kind of the red light, etc. particularly if we compare the draft annual plan, 4.96, but now, eventually the final one is 4.66, I think we should be very proud to face all those audience. But regarding to the, today we review lots of those issues, but particularly I still would like to emphasize in response, to those the community residents. They make a submission to us. We have to, have a response. But the local council, I'm quite happy regarding to the temporary playground. Have a further conversation with them. The Golden F have updated status. Tree canopy cover. Those one as a high priority, etc. And also the particular engagement with political concern, community board concern, Mills, Southland, the Sparks. So many 73 make submissions. So this one we have a proper response to that. So we should be very proud. Also, this is my last the kind of annual plan since the October 2010, elected as a councillor. So the still give me the opportunity for the learning curve. Even this year, I'm 69 years old, but I think it give me very good memory. So thank you, everyone.
Yanni.
Thank you. Just to acknowledge the work and the effort that has gone into the draft annual plan. I guess I just wanted to quote our resident survey that services to improve. Residents were asked to state one service they thought was the most important for council to improve. And roading is once again the most salient topic in respondents' minds, with just over a quarter of all respondents making a negative comment regarding the state of the roads. And this has increased from 22% compared to 12 months ago. Quotes, the roads and footpaths just not up to patch jobs that get washed away in the next rain. And quote, many roads are still rough and have never been attended to since 2011. And when the work is undertaken, it is with maximum inefficiency and maximum cost, no doubt. I'm incredibly disappointed that the amendments that I've put forward to get synergy, to improve efficiency and reduce the costs and get things delivered in our local communities, like in North Linwood, to get some street renewals added to a package of work so that we don't duplicate resources, have been ruled out of order. I'm incredibly disappointed that amendments that respond positively to the submissions that people made, the key messages that our staff told us that people had made, where they want continued improvement of the condition of our assets and infrastructure, especially our transport, and that they're incredibly concerned that in eastern parts of the city, they feel that council is still spending on nice-to-haves while they continuously fight to get investment and feel forgotten about. There is no greater example of that than these photos right here. This shows the $3.4 million that's going to be spent on Gloucester Street on the right, a street that looks actually pretty good. And if you can't call it gold plating, I don't know what you'd call it when you contrast it to the photos of the footpath in Linwood Park that hasn't been fixed for years and years and years, or the potholes in the street, or the curb and channel in North Linwood. Again, amendments put forward to get these streets renewed and to get things fixed in regards to program level budgets that are currently sitting there unallocated, and yet that is ruled out of order. It has got to stop. We have to start fixing the basics that are in our suburbs that have been left for far too long post-earthquake. And that's why I'm incredibly disappointed that our draft annual plan suggested bringing forward $4 million of gold plating in the central city based on delivery timeframes of Te Kaha and the Performing Arts Precinct, but that despite the fact that those timeframes have now been delayed further, we are keeping the revised bring forward programs in our budget for money that I don't think we can spend even if we want to in that timeframe. But I don't agree with this draft annual plan. I don't believe it addresses the concern from the majority of submitters. And just to conclude, with the sheer frustration of amendments being ruled out of order, which I can see no valid reason for, but the feedback from our residents was, well, some submitters acknowledge that we've made good changes since last year. Others feel that the documentation we provide is still hard and cumbersome to navigate, which makes it hard for them to provide us with meaningful feedback. The message was clear, that if we want our residents to engage, they want us to enable them to do so in an informed and meaningful way.
Thank you, Melanie.
I'm glad I rushed back for this debate. It's right of councillors to forward or bring forward amendments in response to the submissions that we've received on the annual plan. I think this shows that we do listen and that residents can make their voice heard, and we will act on it. And I do actually think our priorities are generally in the right direction. We've been supporting the environment by working towards increasing waterway quality and compliance. We've been working towards biodiversity and increasing this through Coronation Reserve funding, reducing the fire risk there, responding to the community in that area, and encouraging volunteers to work in that space. Supporting other volunteer work such as the Governor's Bay Jetty, and it makes sense in terms of the cost of that project. We have been increasing access to services. Look at the library's holding fee that we've reduced, concession and the community services card. I think that's really important to actually increasing access to people who are disabled, and I'm surprised that some councillors didn't support that amendment. There are councillors here that say that they listen, but they don't always do what they say. The disability one is one example. Another is councillors claiming they want lower rates, but supporting an increase by deferring water charging. And there's also councillors that claim that they would like far smarter spending and less borrowing, but we will see whether that's true on the 14th of July.
Catherine, Sam, Anne.
Firstly, thank you. I'd like to acknowledge you, Leanne, and the way that in your recommendations you've acknowledged the history of a lot of where we're at here. You've also talked about the challenges that we've all faced, and you've done it in a way that's been very understandable and real. And I think that one of the big challenges that we face is to make sure that we're hearing from our communities that don't know how to engage with council. And I'm very supportive of what we're doing with the annual plan, and I will be voting for it. But I'd like to take the moment to just make a plea that we do everything we can to change the way we speak, the language we use, the way we engage, so that those who have got a voice and want to be involved know how to get involved and know how to have their voice heard. So we've got big pockets of our communities that don't know how to get involved in this whole process of co-creating our future as a city. And we all know that that's not good enough, and it's really great that we have a engagement working group now that is actually working hard with staff to address those issues. And I'm hopeful that next LTP, which I won't be part of, will have a much greater diversity of voices being brought to the decision making. So this is your last annual plan, Leanne, and us too, but we really want to thank you for the work you've done to hold this together, to bring us together. Also want to really acknowledge the huge amount of work staff have done. And I am sorry that at times it feels as if we don't respect that work, but I know that many of us do, and we're very deeply appreciative, as many of our residents are as well. So I'm very happy to be supportive of this annual plan and vote for it to be adopted.
Phil.
Thank you, Leanne. I too would like to thank staff. The next time one staff member tells me this is going to be a light annual plan, I may look past them with a. Going forward, though, no, seriously, things are going to be tough going forward, and we are going into uncharted financial territory for some, if not all of us, as councillors, because some of us haven't been here before. I think things are going to be bloody tough. So, but I really feel we should have had more appetite to look outside the box for savings or different ways of doing things. But it is what it is, and we'll see how it all washes out in the end.
Jake, you're sitting there behind your screen there.
Yeah. Not really too much I wanted to say. I wasn't going to say anything, and then I thought I might use the opportunity to highlight a really small win that hasn't been covered off today, and that's the red bin, actually the 3-bin system for Atlas Quarter, who are one of the few developments who can take advantage of the fact that we now won't be double charging them for a service they provide themselves. But in the future, and as our CBD densifies and fills out with even more people and more of the type of housing we want to see people living in, they won't run into the same issues that the residents of Atlas Quarter have had to run into. And while it's always nice to see them, I remembered them saying at the time, I think this was their third or even fourth visit, and they didn't want to come back next year, and now they absolutely will not have to. So that's all from me.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, I think there was a presentation or slide right at the start that pointed out the uncertain times we're in yet again in Christchurch, following COVID and what's going on globally with the economy. It's pretty obvious it's quite a false economy right now, because the average interest rate's gone up by $1,000 a month. Rates are about to go up as well, but the interest rate's gone up by $1,000 a month, and that's to curb spending, but the spending wasn't out of control. The spending had changed. It's other pressures that are causing inflation, mainly supply chain, and just as a quick point to how fake things are, in 2008 when oil peaked last time, it was $140 a barrel and petrol was $2.11 a litre. It's now $109 a barrel and it's $3 a litre. So we're getting reamed. And it's no surprise that shipping's just out of control, and they're cartels, and they're not going to bring back the amount of capacity there was. So this is here for the long haul, which leads me to my point, is that the smarter spending, and thanks for raising it, Melanie, because it is an important issue that we've missed off this time. The smarter spending we should be looking at as the council is around what we do spend our money on. We have to be really careful that it has a return and a value to the city, and just spending on nice to haves that don't necessarily have a reasonable return to the city might need to be should have been put on hold in favour of something we all know that's coming next month, which has got an overwhelming response from the public too. So we've kind of gone into this annual plan, I think, a little bit blind, knowing that was sitting over there. And yes, it's a huge number. None of us deny that. But it's the value of that huge number to the city versus all the other things we spend money on at a time when the supply chain is constrained. There is a limited amount of steel. There's a limited amount of workers. So you've got to be really wise where you put them. And just having been through a pandemic, we're still partly in it, and having a government that spends $100 million a day towards the pandemic but doesn't prioritise health just beggars belief. That should have been where all the first infrastructure spends were, and there's still a number of projects that haven't seen the light of day at every single health board across this country. That's a catastrophe in itself. So that's a great example of not smart spending, and this council needs to get better at its smart spending. And next month, yes, will be a test to that based on what the public tell us.
Tim.
Thank you. Look, first of all, I'd like to thank the submitters for coming and making themselves heard, but also putting in with their submissions through writing. I'd also like to commend the staff for going into this process and leading into an election. It was always going to be interesting, and that's just the life we live. Just a few things. Really interestingly, with regards to interest rates, 40 years ago, a home loan interest rate was 28%. So things do keep moving. It doesn't stay still. So I think you've always got to be ready for that blind side, which never really is a blind side. It just takes some time to come through. I think this annual plan and what we've come up with regards to the rates is a good balance. Everybody knows when they're doing with their own home wants and needs, you've got to balance. You can only spend so much, but you can't get everything you want. So I think that this has achieved a lot of what was wanted, and we will have to look in the future of what we can deliver in the coming years. And we've got some really big issues coming up, one in particular which Aaron mentioned. So it's going to be interesting, but we do have an obligation to move this city forward. And as Councillor Goff said, it is an amazing city we live in. Our young people who are old enough to live through or be here and remember the earthquake have been through so much more than any of us actually have been in our youth and our childhood. So I think that's got to be remembered, and what we've got to try and achieve for them as they go forward and what we leave for them. And I think this is part of that journey. So thank you.
Sarah.
Yeah, it's fair to say that there are several decisions today that I really strongly disagree with. And I had been contemplating voting against the entire annual plan because of it for the first time in my role as a councillor. Feel very strongly about them. But I'm also a very strong believer in the democratic process. And as elected representatives from across the city, we have put forward or not amendments. They have been won or lost on a democratic vote for a variety of reasons. And so I find myself in the position of voting for an annual plan where there are some key things that I really don't like. I like a lot about this annual plan. It's mostly what we did in the LTP, and I liked that. And so I have to look at the positive side there. And I'm not one to vote against my principled decision on the democratic process just for the sake of it. So I find myself, in the end, voting in favour of a couple of things being adopted that I don't like. Couple of comments on other comments that have been made. One on the trajectory. It was really cool that we got down to 4.56. And yes, it's disappointing that we've gone up a bit to 4.56. 4.66, but there was a potential for an additional 0.42, and that would have taken us over the 5%. And so for those who voted in favour of the 0.42 to then say that they didn't like the trajectory we were going in is a little hypocritical. So let's do smart spending on the 14th. Let's look at the benefit cost ratio. It's really clearly there. Look at what's good for the city in that place. And let's think about our role in the dissatisfaction that people have around the decision-making table, because that's the key area that people want us to focus on. It's how do we make decisions as a council around this table? How do we talk about each other? How do we talk about the decisions we're being made? And how do we keep an open mind until the decision is made? Because one thing that people say is they don't like us being predetermined. What's the point in submitting? You already know what you're going to say. And when we as councillors come out during a consultation and tell everyone how we're going to vote and what we think, that means that a lot of people think we're predetermined, there's no point in submitting, and they don't think that we're making good decisions. Thank you very much.
Pauline.
Look, it was great to see a lot of submissions on our environment. Great to see a lot of submissions on our environment, our biodiversity projects, and largely from organised community groups that are working really hard in this space. In the plan today, I was disappointed the tree canopy amendment failed, because that to me would have meant funding available to commence that project post-election. So I hope we can still find that. But as I said, it's always great to hear from residents and groups, reaffirming the amount of willing participants helping in this fantastic city that we have. The Governor's Bay jetty is just one fine example. And another fine example is the Edgware Pool Group. And I have to go there, I have to talk about this, because for me this is a really great day. Along with the Mayor, I really respect community self-determination, and we must empower viable projects. The Edgware Pool is a viable project driven by strong capability. The baton has been passed within this group many times. Some have moved away, some have passed away, and still the vision and drive is strong. They have proven succession planning over 16 years. It's time for this, and the council $3 million contribution represents 75% of the capital cost for 0.01% rate impact. That's an incredible boost in vote of confidence on this project. This group has protected and retained green space within an intensified neighbourhood by purchasing and holding the land in 2016, and that is fortuitous. The project fits beautifully with our climate change strategy and through the concept of localism. It sits on a transport hub, the Papanui Parallel Cycleway, and 3 bus routes, and it will add to what is now a vibrant hub of the Edgware village. The funding will go a long way to healing an injustice that is felt strongly to this day. It's in the DNA. It'll help a lot. And it's time for this pool to come to fruition. It's time for this community to realise their vision, and time for the children to once again have an outdoor summer community pool to share and enjoy with their families, neighbours, wider community, and to be able to swim there frequently enough to become competent in the water and reduce the drowning rate. So over 16 years, it shows us that patience is a virtue. The timing's right. I'd like to thank the councillors around the table for their support, and particularly Mike Davidson, who's worked really hard with me on this, and for the staff for the incredible amount of work on the annual plan, which was supposed to be a tweak but seems much bigger somehow. The 4.66 is amazing, especially considering the challenges of these times. Phew, and thank you, Leanne, for getting us through this by 5 p.m. today. Well done.
Almost.
Not quite there yet.
I'm being
Celeste.
optimistic.
She wasn't going to speak, but why not? I think I'm just sort of repeating what everyone else has said. We're living in difficult times and things are only going to get harder. And we've heard from the community they want us to strike a balance between keeping rates affordable, but also focusing on getting sort of the basic infrastructure right. This includes investing in transport infrastructure in the east, and we've also heard from people that they want bold action on climate change, which includes prioritising investment in areas that will mitigate the impacts of extreme weather events in our community. We're going to be making some other significant decisions this week, so it's important not to lose sight of what the community has asked us to focus on, which is, once again, prioritising community wellbeing, climate action and keeping rates affordable. So I'll be interested to see if those that say they are in favour of those things follow through with the votes later this week.
Thank you. Right. Just to round off the debate, Mike, I called you earlier on. I'm sorry. We agreed that we would take the calls around the table.
This week, if he wants to contribute.
Sorry?
Oh.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We agreed. I called you and you said that you weren't going to take the call then. I just want to conclude by just referencing what Councillor Galloway said, actually, and also to acknowledge you. This is your last annual plan. You made the point about developing different ways to engage with the community so many more voices are heard when decisions are being made. And I think that that is absolutely the role of any council. It is so easy to get a campaign going on a single issue. That's easy. That's not even that's a given. It's harder to have an intelligent, in-depth debate about the challenges we face as a city, as a nation, and as a planet. And it's really hard to have an intelligent debate about the kinds of choices that we are confronted with and how we set the priorities. And these are huge issues. There's a generation of young people out there who say ours is the generation who has failed them before they were even old enough to vote, let alone sit at this table making the decisions themselves. It's vital that the diversity of thinking that's required to deal with the complexity, the wicked problems that we've had to take on now, it's vital that that diversity is brought to the table. Our city is actually enriched when we debate the issues that truly matter. So thank you very much for those that have contributed to this debate, and we'll move to the voting, and I'll get the adoption of the annual plan recommendation to be put as a division. Thank you.
So for number 14, the Mayor?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Chen?
Yes.
Councillor Chu? No. Councillor Coker? Yes. Councillor Cotter? Aye. Councillor Donovan?
Yes.
Councillor Davidson? Councillor Galloway?
Yes.
Councillor Goff?
No.
Councillor Johansson? No. Councillor Keown? No. Councillor McDonald,
No.
Councillor Major, Councillor McLennan,
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett,
Yes.
and Councillor Templeton.
That is,
11 for and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against.
thank you, that's carried. Now we move on to the CFO authorisations. It's moved by myself, seconded the Deputy Mayor. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And now we move to the setting of the rates. So I'll presumably, do people want the rates put separately or just put the lot? Put the lot.
We've probably, the point's been made, so I wouldn't worry too much.
There will be some councillors that usually vote against one of the targeted rates. If you want to do that, can you just note that to Sam? Right, okay, thank you. So I'll put that motion, or is it easier, do you want to do a division?
No, I'm just watching if people need to raise any.
Do you want a division on it?
No,
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
I'm against 17M.
Okay, and 17M noted Mike Davidson and Sarah Templeton, and the votes against are
Can we see who voted against?
yep, Goff,
Can do, yeah.
Goff, Johansson,
except for Jay.
Chu, McDonald, Kewen, and Major.
Except for J, which is the cathedral, isn't it? M, sorry, M. Yeah. Yeah.
So Goff, Johansson,
What's that?
Chu, McDonald, and Major.
Sarah, what was that?
And Kewen.
And Kewen.
Oh.
Against everything but N.
So
we voted.
Okay.
voted.
So all right. So now we move on to
vote against the rest.
The oh no, because that's the
No,
date
voted
instalments.
against and voted for.
You've done 17 to 20, so
That's all of them.
that's all of them.
Yeah.
Yep. Hang on.
Sarah, we voted for M against the rest. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yes.
Kia whakaerea te tapu, kia wātea ai te ara, kia turuki whakataha ai, kia turuki whakataha ai. Homie, hui, tai, kie. Thank you all very much. I declare the meeting closed.